Hope everyone's doing well. Sorry, we're a little bit late here. The main reason for that is we've got a guest coming on here shortly, and I had to get some of the graphics ready. Buff coming in with a super chat. Thank you, Jordan. My favorite yearly tradition is watching the Packers have the worst possible draft and seeing my reaction. Hey, that's what we're all here for at the end of the day, right? Packers got a big day ahead of them. They still some receivers out there. Probably going to have to make some moves if they want them, though, so we'll see. My hopes and my expectations are about as low as they come. Also from Black Cobalts, do you think the Commanders can get a linebacker or a DB safety with their day 2 picks, and which ones do you think will be there? Man, if they could land Jalen Petrie, that'd be pretty freaking awesome. Beyond that, I think Jaquan Brisker absolutely should be there for them. And then after that, I mean, there's a cluster of guys, end of the second, early third, that you could be looking at. Inside linebacker, absolutely. You got Chad Muma. You got Nakobe Dean sitting there. Leo Chanel. You got some really good options at linebacker for sure. And did they pick up another second-round pick from the Saints there for moving down? I can't remember exactly what they got, but definitely. Tommy says, who's your highest ranked player that will most likely go undrafted and why, other than injuries? That's a tough one to answer. Really good question. I would probably say one of the running backs, like a Jerry and Ely, or I got to pull up my draft board here, but the kid out of South Carolina, Kevin Harris, I think his name is. There's some really deep running backs that'll probably go undrafted. A lot of juniors that declared. Sincere McCormick. Those would all be some options there. Are you struggling with the?
No, that's just old.
Okay. Also, sorry, the graphics a little old there. We'll get her updated. We should have a pick here coming in pretty soon. We are past 6 o'clock, so the draft is underway. Got another super chat here from Christopher Hain. Nothing better than watching the Giants draft with my favorite Dolphins hater. Fins up, baby. Yesterday's stream was great. Can't wait for day 2 and 3. Greetings from Germany. Thanks, Christopher. Good luck to your Dolphins later on today. And then from Andrew, man, you guys are showing up big time. Thank you so much for the support of the channel here with the super chats. Andrew missed last night. No problem. Glad you're here now. Hope all is well with me and Queen Lisa B and Prince Teddy. Also, any idea or suggestions for the Rams? I think Cam Jurgens would be a good fit for them. So you got to go interior offensive line. Maybe Max Mitchell kicks inside, plays a little guard, something like that. And yeah, I would say that, or a second defensive back, maybe a Cordell Flott, Quentin Lake, someone that could make an impact day 1 in their secondary. Another one from Kayla from Canada. How can you be a guest on your own show? Yeah, we're basically just putting a mirror up with Andre coming on. It will be 2 different people, even if we look similar. I don't have the right one. Okay, let's make sure we got our graphics updated here. So that... There we go. Our hardworking assistant here. Also, at some point, this got moved up. Let me just... Can you hit V real quick? Let's just... And then let's do a little bit of that. There you go. You don't have to save it right now, but that'll be in for the next one. Also, are the Pack entertaining the Gruden run the Raiders territory with their drafting? I don't think it's going to be a long-term thing. I think they just inherited that pick from the Raiders, so they had to, by nature, reach on a second-round prospect in the first round, and it had to be someone that was a Gruden grinder that played in the national championship. That was always Gruden's thing. From Aaron, do you think that Stingley and or Sauce are better prospects than Surtain last year? No, I had a higher grade on Surtain than I did on either of those guys. I think he's just straight up better than Sauce, and as high as I was on Stingley as my CB1, he did have a couple of down years there and did have some injury concerns, but he definitely has potential to be a better corner than Surtain. But I said last year Surtain was the best corner I've evaluated since I've been doing this. Also, I'm extremely distracted by what's going on the TV right now. They're just spinning someone hanging from his feet. I'm so confused. What was that? Some crazy Raiders fan or some entertainer? I don't know. Gotcha, Black Cobalts. They picked up a third and a fourth. So yeah, I think for the Commanders, you probably could go linebacker in the second, safety in the third, or if Petrie's there, you go safety early, grab a linebacker in the third. Corey says, which wide receiver are my Brownies getting? I would say Christian Watson would be a good fit. Get that Watson to Watson connection. John Mechie next to his Alabama friend there. Amari Cooper. Two good options there, I would say. Maybe Sky Moore fits what they want to do. Another one from Dunk Anya. Do you think it's more likely that the Panthers will move into the second or third round? Only way I'd see them trading up, frankly, would be if one of these quarterbacks started to slip and they came up for one of those guys. I don't know. I mean, you can say, yes, they have other needs, but honestly, other than quarterback, they don't have that many glaring needs that's worth giving up more draft capital. I think they'd be better off keeping their picks and filling in depth and not getting impatient. Which obviously is, Panthers fans don't want to hear that. Panthers fans want to see their team make a pick tonight, but what's the saying? You weep what you sow? Is that right? She's nodding her head, yes. Nailed it.
I don't think it's you reap, not you weep.
You reap what you sow.
That doesn't sound right.
In the Panthers' case, they're weeping what they sow.
Speaking of guest stars, you should probably get your guest star from there.
I think it's time.
No, I meant your other guest star.
Oh, that guest star, Teddy. We won't have the Teddy cam until after our guest is done, however, because I need that webcam to talk to Swami. That's right. We got a lot of guest stars. Hi, Teddy. Hi. Did you go outside? Did you go potty? He doesn't want to talk. All right, so the Bucs are on the clock. Tom Brady gets his first pick, and this team could go in a lot of different... He just ate a spicy Cheeto. He's not going to like that. I would not be surprised to see them maybe take a risk on Andrew Booth here, maybe a Kyler Gordon, maybe Jalen Petrie. I think secondary is kind of where the value's at in the class right now, so that's my prediction. Also, you guys, give me an update on the audio. I had to tweak some of the settings for our guest here, so if the music is too quiet, do let me know. It does seem to be a little on the low end right now. I feel like we could probably bump that up a little bit. Don't want it to be overwhelming. Just keep me updated. I won't be offended. Rather you tell me if the audio levels on it are good. Bruce Arians was in the war room. Oh, are we back now?
just tell people to refresh. People are back.
I can't chat.
That's okay. I can.
But we're good?
You're good.
Okay, that's annoying. I won't be able to chat from here. I guess I could get it on here.
It's
But
right there.
over here? No, it says sign into chat.
Oh, whatever.
But-
If you need to chat, I can chat.
Okay,
for
she's
you.
gonna be my keyboard. Do I think this class in the future will be perceived as mostly positive or negative? I'll just say I think this is a weaker class than normal, so there's a chance that that it's gonna be perceived as a weaker class. But it's even though it's a weaker class, what is it? It's 10% weaker than a normal class. Like I don't think it's like a useless draft. You know what I mean? I think there's a better chance than a regular class that we look back on it and say it's a weaker class, but it's draft has a lot of volatility to it. I think the fact that I don't think highly of a lot of these quarterbacks certainly is gonna hurt the overall perception of the class. I don't see any of these quarterbacks turning into studs. Also, guys, I'm serious. If you spoil picks, I might just straight up kick you out of the stream. Like, I just do not want you to do that. No one wants that. Good for you. You have a Twitter. Anything along the lines of they picked or just dropping names. If you're dropping names of prospects, say, I want them to pick this or this or this. People here do not want spoilers, so I'm going to be cracking down on that tonight. That bothered a lot of people last night. If you see any of that, just, hey, I'm smiling. We're good. We're happy. I'm just letting the people know. If you see any of that, please slap the wrist.
I'm really bad at following that.
For example, Chris Ricard saying McCreary. That would be a timeout.
Well,
Yes.
maybe he just wants that person.
No, I don't want people to do that.
All right.
People do not like that. So please.
Tell them to tag me if they want somebody. Timeout.
Grim, thank you for the super chat. Alec Pierce and Jake Ferguson for Green Bay. I think there's worse things they could do, and probably will do worse than that. Someone says Marcus Whitman. They picked me. I'm now Tom Brady's teammate. Logan Hall. Okay. Second round for Logan Hall, I understand it. I'm not a big Logan Hall guy. I think I have a third round grade on him. I think he's a worse version of the player the Bucks took last year out of Houston in I'm already forgetting his name. But he is what they need, and the fact that he will be next to, it's a very good scheme fit for him. So I do think he'll be an effective player for them. He's not totally unlike someone like William Golston, where he's an undersized interior defensive lineman. But in their system, with Vita Vea, with the way they scheme up that front, I do think he'll be an effective player for him. He'll provide a little bit of pass rush early, and Green Bay traded up. Holy hell! They actually did it. I'm gonna have to apologize so much. Oh my God, is this Pickens? Are they coming up for Pickens? Am I about to be super happy?
I had to jump in. I had to.
Andre's getting ready. I think we got to bring Andre in. I think it's time. I think it's time. Are you there, Andre? You're a little fuzzy here.
I am here. I am 100% here. I don't have the camera on, but
Okay. Can you get the camera? There he is. All right. I just need to do this on my end here. So we got. Whoops, that's not. I gotta minimize this. Wow, I'm gonna have a lot of apologizing to do on Twitter, Andre.
I mean, but we're gonna find out.
There have not been any receivers taken, correct?
Correct. So Sky Moore, Christian Watson, George Pickens, Alec Pierce still on the board. Khalil Shakir, which would be a little bit weird being a slot.
Yeah, I would not like that.
But I mean, Pickens seems like the most likely. I know he has the off field. I know he has the true X receiver, and he's special.
Who was that you were talking about? That
George
last
Pickens.
one? George Pickens. So what?
Yeah.
Tell us about the injury there. I wasn't
the
aware.
ACL, right?
Just that he last year. Yeah.
Yes, yeah. That he lost a year of his development. He hasn't improved a tremendous amount since he stepped on campus at Athens. That's something that you hear quite a bit about. The off field is the off field, but Jalen Tolbert's there as well, who apparently took the league by storm, and a lot of people are really high on in the NFL. So
okay. Sorry, I'm just getting the correct backdrop in here.
It's okay.
We gotta be our own production team and the content team over here in the TFG studio. So should have it here any second. There we go. Boom.
Oh, what is this?
Oh, Aaron Jones coming out in the sombrero.
Hey, he is.
Myself over here a little bit. Oh, just give me 1 second, babe. All right, that'll do right there. Packers pick is in. Please be someone I want. Watch it be Bernard Raymond. Christian Watson. Okay.
It's a new day, baby.
It's a new day. It's a great day to be alive. All right.
See, you got really good players with your first 3 picks in the top 34.
Yeah, I mean, this does definitely make up for, it explains their process a little bit. If they felt like they were going to be able to make this move, and it's very interesting to me that the Vikings were the team that accepted this, but
they just don't care, right? They're moving down with the Packers and the Lions, and
both guys come up for receivers with 4.3 speed. Yeah, I mean, he is basically a better version of Marquez Valdes-Scantling in a lot of ways. I think he's got a lot more upside to be a more well-rounded player just when it comes to route running, and he's just not as tight as Marquez Valdes-Scantling. Every bit as fast. I think he has similar kind of issues tracking the football down the field, similar kind of lack of ball skills like MVS. That will be the one very interesting thing to monitor. But yeah, I mean, this is an obvious A of a pick for me. I don't know if you agree with that, but with the way the board fell.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not going to move up for one of the top guys, and it doesn't seem like the body types really aligned on a lot of these guys with what they like to do, right? They like those kind of bigger players, and if Pickens wasn't someone that they were going to consider for one reason or another, I mean, they didn't reach for him. That's for sure, because this is where he was expected to go. I think it's fine, and he's 6'4", 210. I mean, and he runs a 4.36.
Yep.
So
and he can run block. He's played in the cold. That is always something I think about with these receivers. Is like I do worry about some guys. Like if you get to January and it's -5 degrees, like are you gonna wimp out? Yeah. Like Odell.
Not only did he play in the cold, he played with Trey Lance throwing him the football in the cold. So he is
catching missiles.
He is used to catching legitimate bullets in the cold.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just gonna tweet. I'm gonna find an eating of a crow.
Oh, the Titans are selected.
Yep, Titans are in. I'm trying to find a GIF of like someone eating crow. Because I don't know. I didn't think they would do it. I didn't think they were going to make it work. So really makes up. I still am not crazy about the Quay Walker pick, and we can talk a little bit about that. But I'm still not crazy about that selection. But
no, I get it. I do.
So moving on, the Titans have just picked Roger McCreary. And by the way, welcome to the show. That all just kind of happened very... I got a little excited. I was like, we got to get Andre in here. Welcome to the stream, Andre Weingarten. Andre's a really good friend of mine. He's not my brother. just brother from another mother.
Back.
But yeah, gonna be fun. Yeah, we're hoping to have you on here. I think we'll just keep you for the second round if that's cool with you. You can head out at any point.
Yeah, I'm just enjoying the show. Thank you for having me. You didn't tweet out the link, did you?
No, I didn't. But I suppose
Come on, Mr.
I suppose we could
craft
a tweet here for you. Get everyone in. You were looking for something to retweet?
Yeah.
But yeah, I can do that.
You can do that? Okay.
TFG assistant.
Yes. My lovely assistant. Thank you. So let's talk about Roger McCreary to the Titans. I like it, personally. I think they need a little bit of insurance in that secondary. I would say is Jackrabbit even still there? I actually don't remember. But they have Farley, who they drafted last year, Christian Fulton. Farley's very much unproven. It's a team with Vrabel. They want to get in guys' face. They want to go press man quite a bit. And Roger McCreary, I think if he was in Sauce Gardner's body or Derek Stingley's body, would have been the number one corner in this class. He's incredibly polished when it comes to his just press technique and ability to ride guys' hip pockets. So personally, I think this is a good move for the Titans. Mm-hmm. I don't know if it's a full-on A grade, but I think it's a good move.
I'm just fascinated that so clearly the fear with Andrew Booth and his health is a thing, right?
Is real.
Because otherwise he should have been the pick there. You want to talk about a press player. But I mean, the one thing I'll say is McCreary has short arms. That is a legitimate thing with him. They are 28 and 7/8. Those are some tiny,
that's
tiny
really
arms
short.
For press technique, right, in the NFL, and for combating the at the point of attack, or I guess at the catch point rather. But I mean, that's really the only knock. He irritated everybody that he faced. I mean, he's a really good player. I like him a lot. I don't know if I would have taken them there if I was Tennessee. I probably would have gone after maybe Bernard Ryman, because they really do need help at that right tackle position. And Ryman is a super athletic player who fits their outside zone scheme. But, I can't argue with them strengthening that secondary, especially if there's literally any concern with Caleb Farley. I'll tell you right now about their roster.
What's up?
What's Andre's Twitter handle?
Andre's Twitter handle is it's on the screen. It's at Moonlight Swami.
That's why I can't find it.
Yeah, there's probably some Titans fans that will be disappointed in that because they do have players in the secondary.
It's their depth after Fulton and Farley is Molden, Screen, Greg Mabin, Chris Williamson, Shaim Carter, and Chris Jackson. So not a lot.
I am very curious to see what this means for Elijah Molden.
I would not be surprised to see him play a hybrid role, but I mean he's still a nickel, right? Like he's not a boundary guy.
He was always much better in zone when I watched him back in college. So, I feel like they probably, they want to play cover one on third down, and they needed one more piece to do that probably. So, I think it's fine. What do you think about Malik Willis in this situation? Like, why? How far do you think Malik Willis could fall? You got Houston coming up. The Giants, would they think about him? Seattle picks twice.
Seattle.
I don't think it's going to be much longer.
I think Seattle's the floor, maybe. Atlanta might jump Seattle. I mean, if I was Chicago, I'd probably move down here with Atlanta if they're trying to make a move. Otherwise, I don't know. Like, he's worth taking, obviously. In the high second round. I mean, he was probably worth it in the first round, depending on where you're looking. And he would have been the pick for the Steelers yesterday if Tomlin had his way. But
is that what you heard?
Yeah.
So that was what is it, Colbert? That was Colbert's decision to go with Pickett?
And
ownership?
Yeah.
Yeah. Was he pretty upset about it? Like, was he kind of throwing shade at the higher ups?
That I don't know, but Whoa.
Oh, Breece Hall to the Jets.
Man. That's
Awesome.
interesting.
I'm a huge fan of this pick.
That's
I know
really good-
I know you're gonna have some comments, but
awesome. He's that. Like,
I was talking about this. My buddies came over last night after the draft, and because they're all in our same fantasy league, and they're like, "What about Breece?
Yeah.
Where Breece gonna go?" And I was like, "I think the Jets would be such a good spot for him." And you know, Michael Carter's fine, but he is not Breece Hall. So I love what the Jets have done. I think they've just loaded up in the first round, like defensively. You bring it, Sauce and Derek Johnson. They get Garrett Wilson, and then to me, after that, the next big missing piece would probably be a top running back for a team that wants to run the ball a lot with the ties back to the Shanahan offense, so to speak. So this for me is an A pick personally.
Yeah.
I think
he
their
is an
needs
outside
had run
zone runner
dry
too, right?
Absolutely. And this is exactly where you want to draft a running back, second round. That's most of the best running backs in the league. Second round, third round guys. Derrick Henry, Dalvin Cook.
And Jonathan Taylor.
Alvin Kamara.
We're going to see Jonathan Taylor go in the next few picks, right?
Oh, stop. So you have Kenneth Walker as the RB1, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Because of his running. I think Breece is a more well-rounded player. It would kind of be like making the decision between Alvin Kamara and Joe Mixon. Right?
That's fair.
I think Walker is the better runner, and I think Breece is the better overall running back, which it just depends what you need. The Jets needed a wide zone type player, and I think Walker is more of a gap game guy, and ooh.
Ooh is right. So Jalen Petrie to the Texans. These teams are making some really good picks. I can't fault the Texans for that. You get Stingley in the first, and now Petrie into that secondary. Really fun fit. I think he could play slot corner for them, or he could just go too high, do a lot more real safety stuff than he did at Baylor.
He has all the talent to do it.
Lovie Smith's going to have some fun with these defensive backs.
Who was the other guy that they took?
They took Kenyon Green. Helped out the O-line. I like the Texans draft. I'm kind of becoming a closet Texans fan just because they're such an underdog story to kind of turn everything around there.
I understand that you can't do it because of the division, but that's how
Lions.
I've kind of felt about the Lions. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Especially because Dan Campbell and the way that they just run things, that staff, I love them to. Oh, there it is. Falcons just traded up.
They're going to go Willis?
They're going to take the quarterback of their choosing.
Oh, man, they're going to take Desmond Ridder.
I still think
Don't do it.
Here. I still think they go Willis here.
I don't know.
Those are quarterback hugs right there.
Willis, you could talk me into, but if they take Desmond Ridder here.
I love Desmond Ridder, man. So
they already have Marcus Mariota at home. Why go to the grocery store and buy Marcus Mariota again when you already have him at home in the pantry?
I think Ritter's a much smarter passer than Mariota ever was.
I don't know. Maybe.
My comp for Ridder is Dak Prescott. Not.
I don't know that your stream is working.
Our stream might be not working at the moment.
Maybe you just take Andre down for just a second and see if that helps with your stream.
Well, I don't think it's an Andre problem. Let's maybe reboot. We're back now? Okay. I hope that doesn't keep happening. Otherwise, I might have to restart the computer.
Again.
We went 4 hours without any technical hiccups last night, and now we're having all kinds of problems, but the pick still has not been made, so nothing changed. We're here. Josh, if you missed it on your super chat, we said great comp for Jalen Petrie to Kareem Jackson. Oh, Arnold Ebiketie. Okay. Look, I prefer that for them as to taking a quarterback, personally.
Yeah, I mean they didn't need to take a quarterback this year.
Yeah, I think they're in a great position to be in the Bryce Young sweepstakes. And for me, that edge 2 spot was so bad. I did have a first, second round grade on Ebiketie. I think he's a total stud. And I think this is a great move for them, personally. I don't think there's a huge gap between Ebiketie and like Jermaine Johnson and even, I know it sounds crazy, but Trayvon Walker. His play style reminds me a lot of Shaq Barrett. Just kind of the really active hands, just kind of constantly working. Good inside move, quick feet, stronger than he looks. So I think he's going to be a really productive player for them.
Yeah, I think he's a really good player. I don't know how much he's going to offer in the run game early on, right? I think that's the kind of concern with him, and he's a little small. Same thing that you could say with Shaquille Barrett, right? Barrett is not a big guy by any means, but it doesn't really matter. And yeah, I mean, in terms of like speed rush and bend, this guy's cream of the crop in this class. So
you think bend-wise he's at the top?
If he's not number one, he's really close. I've seen a little bit about Drake Jackson, a little bit of Sam Williams. But better than anybody else who's gone so far. I can feel pretty confident about that.
Yeah, I think that's just... I really like them not going quarterback. That would have really bummed me out if I was a Falcons fan, because they're not ready. I think you look at what Detroit's doing is a perfect example of what they need to do, is don't get impatient with that quarterback pick.
Yeah. So who are the Seahawks taking?
What'd you say, Andre?
Who are the Seahawks going to take a quarterback?
I think they go Willis, right?
You'd think, right?
I mean, that's not bad.
No, I
to
like
get him
it.
in the second round.
Yeah,
I think it could work. Definitely doesn't have to play right away. You can still go get Baker for a year or whatever you want to do.
Well, I mean, the spot's already locked down.
Nice. Very nice. We are 100% in favor of all puns on this stream. We'll all be approved.
I think I can only deal with one of you. Too much on one.
Oh, man.
I am a serial punner, so I apologize.
We're twins in more ways than one. So I have a little clip I'm going to play here. This is from another one of my brothers, from Adam. Big Bears fan, on the clock here. I'm just trying to... I don't know if I'm struggling to get it here. Is it possible for you to email it? It's not letting me play it.
Yeah, I'll try.
Okay, we're gonna have to pump the brakes on the clip there.
That's all right.
They got another pick coming up too, if we can't get it for this one. David came in with a super chat. Thank you, David. Writes, at this point, I'm convinced that Rick Spielman is holding the entire Vikes front office at gunpoint. Hey, they're loading up on picks, man. It's a retooling, a rebuild there. Did they get... I think they got both of Green Bay's seconds for that move. So that's actually pretty good value for them.
Yeah, I mean, if you remember last year, right? They had 10 picks in the final 4 rounds. So some obscene number of players. So
Rick Spielman's like, I won't let my legacy die. You must make at least 15 picks in this draft.
I mean, I get it, right?
I don't.
Let me see what it Wow, Shefty's not even tweeting.
Shefty's not tweeting?
No, hasn't tweeted in 6 hours.
Send it to you.
Wonder what's going on there.
So Atlanta sent
ESPN finally
43 and
suspended?
114. So that was a fourth round pick that they got. The Giants got. The Jets twice. I didn't realize that.
The Jets did what
Thanks.
twice? You cut out.
The Giants moved down twice. They traded
Last
with
year.
the Jets. No,
Yeah.
I'm saying that the Jets moved up 2 spots with the Giants to get Breece Hall.
Oh,
And,
yeah.
and
I
then the
missed
Giants
that.
traded down again.
Oh.
So the Giants
interesting.
got 114 and 146 total to go from 36 to 43. I'll take that. I'll take that every day. Ooh. Ooh.
Kyler Gordon to the Bears. So before we talk about this, I have the video here from Adam.
Bear down, and Chicago Bears, and bear down. Let's go Bears.
Thank you, Adam. Well, let's tell Adam if this is a good pick for the Chicago Bears. Kyler Gordon, you, I believe, had as a first round straight up, right? Or
No, he was in my top grouping. Where did I have him? Adam is player 30. So I mean, CB5.
yeah,
I'm not surprised that he went above Booth because of the injury stuff.
yep.
I think he's a really good player. Fun fact, he is also, he has incredible flexibility. Let me tell you the exact what he did in before he went into football. He is a martial artist and dancer competing in national events through elementary school. He joined the hip hop dance team for the Seattle Storm, played football. He's also was a ballet dancer. And yeah, you can tell the way that he moves. It's just insane how fluid and athletic he is. So I don't know about his long speed. I think that's a little bit of an issue and might force him into the slot sooner rather than later. But he is a slightly lesser version of Trent McDuffie in terms of style. Big
Yeah,
fan.
well, I'm really glad you just gave me ammo for against Bears fans, letting me know he's a ballet dancer. But that is cool. It shows the quick footwork shows up on the field for sure. Huge need for the Bears. I think their number 2 corner right now was that former bust for the Steelers. What's his name? Oh, I just pulled up the Steelers depth chart. Do you know who I'm talking about?
What was the what was the condition you said for the bust?
The
of the
former
Steelers?
bust of the Steelers. I'm not
That
even
corner?
seeing him on their depth chart. They signed him last year and then he opted out. But it's irrelevant. Their number 2 corners right now are Kendall Vilder, Tavon Young. They got Duke Shelley, Thomas Graham. They're loaded up. They're totally loaded up on these slot guys. So I imagine Kyler Gordon's going to play on the outside for them.
Yeah, it's got
Artie
good
Burns,
press
thank you,
skill.
chat. Chat just let us know.
Oh.
Artie Burns. Yeah, they don't.
Yeah.
He's not showing on their depth chart, so he must
Yeah,
not be there
I think he
anymore.
went to Seattle.
Okay. But for me, this I give this pick another A. We're kind of getting really good just fits. I think the only pick right now that's been made that I haven't been gushing about is the Bucks taking Logan Hall and the Titans getting
Roger
McCreary. I didn't think was an A grade, but
I'm
mostly teams I think making really smart
surprised
decisions
they
here
did
early.
Logan Hall. I'm very.
What'd you say about
surprised
Logan Hall?
I thought I would really like that pick.
You thought I would like it?
Yeah.
It's a fit. Schematically, it makes sense. 33 for him, it just is a little rich. I don't think he's that good of a player.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. I had him as my interior D-line 2. Behind Jordan Davis.
Really? So what did you like?
think-
What did you like about Logan Hall? Because I think he's got good power. and definitely some quickness to improve some of that pass rush ability, but I just didn't think that he's ready to show it off at the next level right away.
I thought that he was so much more athletic than the interior players that he was going to be facing at the next level. I know they moved him around in a lot of different ways, and they put him in disadvantageous spots that weren't necessarily going to translate to the NFL. But, I mean, they need help on that interior front in terms of age. And they don't really have anyone that they have that's a true pass rusher on the interior, you know? Like, Vita Vea is run first. Sue is still run first. William Golston run first. And Golston isn't super young. Sue is obviously not young and has some contract stuff that they're trying to figure out.
Yeah, he's technically not even on the team right now.
Yeah. Oh, Seahawks.
Yeah, I think he'll be an effective player for the Bucs.
Mm-hmm.
Hard to knock it. I gave it a B. I just didn't
Yeah.
think. Okay, Boye.
Yeah, like he's like a perfect 5 tech for them.
Yeah,
in a 3.
definitely. He's William Golston-esque.
Yeah, just much better versus the pass, right? Like that's the
Yeah. Okay, so Boye Mafe is off the board. This is much more the range I'm comfortable with Boye Mafe. I thought the first round talk on him was just a little bit too much. I think that was an overreaction to a good workout. I was really underwhelmed when I went back and watched him. As a Gopher fan, I have every reason to like Boye Mafe, but I didn't like his power really at all. He's quick. He's got quickness. He has a good cross chop move, and he has ways that he'll be able to win at the next level. But I thought just as the season went on, the inconsistency was really high, and I think he's a third edge right away that can do a little bit of everything, and then with some athletic upside to turn into a number 1. And now he's a part of a big rotation in Seattle that has like 4 of those guys. So hopefully one of them will hit for them.
Do you trust that they can develop him? Because that is my one concern with Seattle's D-line coaching.
Yeah.
That because he had one game towards the end of the season, I don't remember which game it was, that I was like, okay, I see the hype here. But it was only one game that I saw any polish to truly win. Like his plan is all over the place. Obviously he has the traits. It's just, right?
Someone in the chat,
this is where the fit start matters.
Vsauce just said Mafe over Ojabo, and yeah, that's a good point. I would way rather take Ojabo. I think you're going to be waiting for either of them to be able to play anyway, so why not take Ojabo, who's got much higher upside? I'd agree with that criticism, honestly.
What do you guys think about a grade?
After that Ojabo point, hey, we got the producer over here.
No,
I'm gonna give it a C.
that.
I'm not crazy about that pick.
No,
I'm not crazy about this next pick either.
That's what I laughed at.
Oh, Seattle. All right. I would be pretty critical of both these picks, honestly, personally. I don't see Boye Mafe being too much more than the guys they currently have on roster with Darrell Taylor and some of those projects. I don't hate that pick. He could work out. This one, to me, they aren't ready to take a running back. I really don't think they are. I think they have way too many needs on this team. I would rather double dip and grab Ojabo. I'd rather grab a corner. I'd rather grab offensive line, quarterback. Like, man, you're throwing them into the mix with 3 running backs now. It's not like they needed a running back. They brought back Rashad Penny.
The elite
That's a horrible
Rashad
pick.
Penny. The
What'd you say?
elite.
Elite Rashad Penny. Hey, he was
Rashad
like the
Penny.
best running back at the end of last season.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Productive wise,
Yeah.
Fantasy football, man. I'm gonna give this pick an F. Personally, I think that's a horrible pick.
God. Oh, God.
Not to mention,
And
I think
he's
it's
so
too.
good.
Now, this is something you can maybe push back on, but personally, I just think it's too early for Kenneth Walker. I
Yes,
think end of the second, early third, I would have been more comfortable with him. I personally don't think there's a huge gap between him and Pierre Strong, Zamir White, some of those other guys.
I mean, I would take him because I think he has some of the best upside in the class. Plus, he's already really freaking good. I mean, he forced 90 missed tackles last year. Like, that's insane. He has legitimate 4.4 speed. And
Is that right?
He
forced 90?
Yeah. Yes, 90
Per PFF or what?
Yes, yeah,
Are you sure?
yes,
Now I need to check you on that.
yeah. Okay,
I guess that does sound right. I mean, he had like 30 in the Michigan game alone.
I'll tell you exactly how many.
Okay. Tanner C, super chat. Thank you for the support, Tanner. Love to see Swami and a live stream collab. Thank you, Tanner. Also,
Thank you.
Andrew, what has happened to Seattle over the years? That front office is just horrible now. They have, I would say, pretty consistently over the last 4 or 5 years been one of the more head-scratching front offices. And it hurts me to say, I love Dan Schneider. He's a University of St. Thomas grad, my fellow D3 alum. But, yeah, it's they beat to their own drum. They have a strange, I think, valuation as far as the positions that they value when you compare it to the way the rest of the league operates.
So here are the numbers on Kenneth Walker. Just comparing him to Breece Hall real quick.
Okay.
90 missed tackles forced on 14 extra carries in comparison to Breece Hall's 76. So 16 more missed tackles forced on 14 more carries. He had 1 fumble on 271 carries. He had 4.4 yards after contact per attempt.
Shoot. Stream is just not having it today. See if it can reconnect here.
Do you have it plugged into an Ethernet?
Mm-mm. Can you say something in the chat?
No.
Oh, your internet's down?
Oh, we're back. It's
We're back?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was a small hiccup.
Yeah, it's frustrating, guys. I'm sorry. Okay. Hey, Andre. We got you back.
Hi.
We lost you for a second, but it's
I was
all on
gonna
our
say,
end.
where'd
You don't
you
have to
go?
feel bad. It's all on our end. Our internet is just not having it today.
Teddy's eating the Ethernet
Teddy's
cable
taking a
because he's not
snack.
a co-star.
He's mad that you're taking his spotlight, Andre. He's taking it out
I'm
on the
sorry.
internet.
I'm sorry, Teddy.
Your dog's, you almost named your dog Teddy, right?
Yeah.
That
Huh.
would have been weird.
Yeah. Just add it
Yep.
to the list.
Well, he literally is. He has a white spot of fur on his chest,
Aw.
so he's literally like a teddy bear.
That's cute. We got a super chat here from Garrett. Thank you, Garrett. Personally, I like our Pats linebacker room, so I'm hoping we don't take one this round. Given the options still available at edge, corner, wide receiver, who do you think we'll take at 54, or do we move down again? Do you think they need an edge? I don't really feel like they
don't
need
like
an
the
edge.
rushers.
They took Ronnie Perkins last year. I like him. You still got Uche in the
it's
building
just
there.
pain. It's all pain, man. just
Booth?
take
What if you go
Chanel
Booth?
No, just take Chanel and just call it.
Yeah.
I
I
mean,
mean Chanel's
I hope
such a great fit there.
Take Zion. Take another FCS or smaller school defensive back who falls because he played at a smaller school.
Yeah.
And we'll ride.
Yep. What about you? Wouldn't do it?
Maybe a four, but I'll ride with Devontae Parker and Bourne and Aguilar and Jacoby Myers, and we'll figure it out.
I forgot they got Parker. That's true. So, Andrew in the chat just said EA sabotaging the stream.
I was gonna say he has to watch that.
No, they're coming at Andre after.
I know,
They're mad.
that's
They're
what I'm
like,
saying.
"We get off the stream and come back. We need you." So the Vikings have traded back up. They're finally going to make a pick. Could this be a quarterback? Andrew Booth, maybe?
I know the pick. I'm not saying anything.
Okay. Good job. Good job. No spoilers. The stream keeps freezing. I almost wonder if we should just like restart the computer so that.
That is a bad idea.
You think it's a bad idea? We haven't had one of these long opening dialogues for these picks yet. This is the first one. we have the audio off, and it's just like
Yeah.
the anticipation.
Keeps going.
Yeah.
He seems like a lovely man.
So I think what we should do is after the second round, when we say goodbye to Andre, let's restart everything, and hope that the stream. Because I think people can keep refreshing until we go through the second round, but then let's hopefully knock it out and can see into the third round people getting tired at refreshing every 5 minutes.
They're asking him to buy time, aren't they?
I think so. It was like the last 3 picks last night. It took forever to do the last 3 picks.
Someone
Like, come on, we need
and
like
said,
2
"Read
more
the
commercial
card."
breaks.
Oh my god. She just told him to read the card.
Oh. What was he waiting for someone to tell him like who the pick was?
No,
or?
she's just like, hurry up.
Oh. He's pissed.
Just read the card.
Just read the card. There it is, Andrew Booth. Wow. All right, Vikings. I'm starting to like what they're doing a little bit more. You come out of this draft, you feel your 2 big needs in the secondary with, I think, 2 players that can make a day 1 impact, and definitely 2 guys that have massive upside, high athleticism. I love the scheme fit. A guy that's very comfortable in zone. They're going to be running a lot of probably cover 3 with this defense being very Rams-centric. And if he can stay healthy, which is why he was available this late, that's a slam dunk pick.
Absolutely. 100%, without a doubt. He was my corner 4, my 16th best overall player in the class. He's got elite ball skills, former wide receiver. I mean, just, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and those injury red flags felt like they kind of came out of nowhere. Like,
I mean, he had hernia surgery and he had some knee stuff, so he didn't test during the process, right? Like, so there were things. It's just, I'm not going to. Clearly, there's a little bit of apprehension with him, but
okay,
he's awesome.
Yeah, really fun player.
It's saying F grade. Is that what you?
Is it saying
meant
F?
to say?
It should be updated now.
go.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, I graded that one an A. Okay, we just got a from Andre. That means, that is a
Okay, so I'm like literally like 5 seconds ahead of you. Okay, that's good to know.
So, I mean, goodbye, Kadarius Toney. Like,
Yeah, that was
that's
kind of
official.
my thoughts there. Well,
Oh, yuck! Don't like that. Now, my comparison for him is the guy they had in Buffalo. Isaiah McKenzie? Is that right? Stephon Diggs. No, not quite.
oh my God, are they showing Pee Wee Wandale Robinson?
Oh, they are. That's amazing.
Oh, that's so cute.
That's
that
so
is
cute.
so cute. Oh my God, this is so
That
precious.
is adorable. That is very adorable.
Clearly, Andre likes kids more than you do, Mark.
I don't like this pick. I think I might just go as far as F. I'll go D because I think I can understand where he's how they're gonna use him. Just Dable kind of has that gimmick.
Wandale's injured. Probably not going to be drafted if he didn't grad trend.
So yeah, I think they'll find a use for him, but oh, that's me. No, it's just Andre on the other side. See, it's bad joke. Okay. This is weird that there's two of me. There he is. Yeah, so he transferred from Nebraska, you were saying?
Yeah, and they just weren't using him properly there. And people from our league said that they could not use him for whatever reason, and then he goes to Kentucky and he becomes this dynamic weapon for them. And I mean, he was used as a running back, averaged 4.9 yards per carry. Like, he's a versatile playmaker for that offense. So I wouldn't even be surprised to see him as like a third down back role for them if they wanted.
Yeah, but that's really early to take that. Why would you not?
5'8", 180.
Yeah. I mean, I would have loved to see like a quarterback there, honestly.
Man,
they didn't pick up Daniel Jones. Are we back, chat? Or maybe not. Let me just confirm that we're back on. Oh, they got Ojabo. Just in time for the stream. We back. Dude. I love this. This is probably my favorite pick of the entire draft so far. That's incredible. Why are you shaking your head?
How are the Ravens so good at this? Every single time. Every pick. It always is so good.
It really is. I mean, if they just took him at 14, I would have said, okay, I get it.
Right. Yeah. Like,
whoa.
just unbelievable.
So just to fill people in on why this is so good. You have not only a huge need being filled, not only is he an amazing player falling to you because of an injury, which, he's probably not going to give you much in the first year, but probably a player that would have been a top 15 pick before he tragically tore his Achilles at his pro day. And that's
coverage.
just the starting point there. He is going to be reunited with his college defensive coordinator, who is coming over to Baltimore, and he is high school best friends with Odafe Owe, his running mate now, in Baltimore. It does not get any better than that. And he's a Baltimore Raven. He had a bit of a raw skill set that needed to be developed, and he's going to the organization that has had more success than, I don't know, every NFL organization developing edge rushers combined. Like,
yeah,
this is not just one of the best dream fits of this year, but of all time. It's an amazing draft pick.
My goodness. I'm absolutely speechless.
Man. Is it not working?
It's giving me this.
When you're trying to save? Share thing. There we go. Got a graphic updated. A+ grade for the David Ojabo pick. Absolutely incredible. Also, I have not been doing a good job with my graphics here. Or sorry, with my highlights for you guys. Able to show some highlights on these guys. Yeah, Ojabo's.
No wonder why
Ojabo's
your
total
computer's
stud.
freezing. You got
I think that's probably not something you're ever expecting him to do is rush the passer to super high level. But interesting how he fits into the mix there with a lot of different pieces now as edge defenders. I don't know how I feel about this pick. It's a crowded room.
Mm-hmm.
Did you get a chance to watch Pascal? I don't know why I'm struggling with that name so much.
No, he dropped out of the board for me for what I was going to be able to have time to watch.
Okay.
So, but I mean, he tested decently. Definitely seems like more tackles for loss than sacks. That's for sure.
So I had a 3rd-round grade on Pascal. He was my edge 12, right behind Logan Hall, actually. I had those guys very close. I think they can both do a lot of similar stuff, kind of play inside the tackle a little bit. One of the best run defense. We're working on it, chat. Big apologies. I know I'm just as frustrated as you guys are. Yeah, we already tried restarting the router. But the Josh Pascal pick, it's not an A+. Forgot to take that down. I think this is a fine pick for Detroit. Some people might see this as a bit of a reach, but it's just in New Orleans with the staff in Detroit as a New Orleans staff.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, that's not going to be long enough. We don't have like a 50-foot Ethernet or anything like that. Okay. Yeah, I don't think we have one.
Welcome back.
Can you... Andre, I think for now, I might have to say goodbye to you for now. I just want to see if maybe it's the call that's causing some of this. I don't think it is, but...
It might be. Don't worry about it. I'm good. Thank you for having me. If you can't bring me back on, it's been a
We'll try and
blast.
bring you back on in a bit.
Yeah, if we can get everything back and running like normal, we'll try and get you back on. But I really appreciate the time.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get you back. But really appreciate you, and it was fun. Yeah. All right, buddy.
Yep.
Hopefully we'll see you in a little bit.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. Everyone, go check out his channel if if we don't get him back on. Okay, let's see if we can figure this out, chat, together. We will persevere. We still got 700 of you. You guys are so freaking diligent. I would have left by now, but thank you for sticking this out. We seem okay right now, so we'll see how things go here. Now that we have ended the call with Andre. Let me just get the screen over here. My internet has done this to me like every 14 days. And of course it picks draft night to pull this on us. But we are up to date. Pascal, I'm going to give the Pascal a C. I'm not like crazy about the pick. If we pull up the Lions depth chart here, let's just try and figure out how they might use Pascal. Tony got released. Is that true? I mean, we said that the second they picked up Robinson, that there's no way they're keeping Kadarius Toney around. So I have Detroit's depth chart pulled up here. They have, as interior guys, you have Aleem McNeil, Michael Brockers, Levi Onwuzurike, solid players. You got some depth there, but nothing too special. And then on the edge, you have Romeo Okwara, Charles Harris, Aiden Hutchinson now, Julian Okwara. It's just a very crowded room. But when they go 3-4, which... You know, they're a hybrid front a lot of times. They'll go 3-4, they'll go 4-3. He's a very versatile piece and gives them something they don't really have as that like big-bodied early down run defender. They must have really liked him, and it's an interesting pick. And then we had Fedarian Mathis going to Washington. Another pick that I'm just not crazy about. I said that there was going to be some defensive tackles in this class that go a little bit early. And to take him over Travis Jones, that's a horrible decision for Washington, in my opinion. Over Neil Farrell, who I think is better. They have guys. They needed some depth after they let Tim Settle go. But Fedarian Mathis at this point is really a horrible pick, in my opinion, for Washington. I would actually give that grade an F. because how do you? I cannot explain taking him over Travis Jones. That is to me a really bad evaluation, and we'll see how it plays out. I can always be wrong about any takes like that, but Fedarian Mathis for Washington is a rough selection in my opinion. The Bears just took Jaquan Brisker. Now that is a fun one for the Bears, who needed another safety. They have some veterans back there. They have, of course, Eddie Jackson, but I do like this pick a lot for the Bears. He's the best safety available, in my opinion. Can do a lot of different things. Once upon a time, they drafted a Penn State safety named Adrian Amos, and he turned into a really good player for them. And with Eberflus' system, he's going to run a lot of cover two. He'll come down in the box. He's going to be used in a lot of different ways. But that's an outstanding pick there for the Bears. I think you got to grade that. That's about as it's a pretty seamless A pick for me. Fills a need, a value, a scheme fit. That's everything you can hope for. So, good move. Good draft pick for the Bears. The one criticism here is them going defense and not helping Justin Fields. I think the conglomerate of them taking Kyler Gordon and Brisker, yes, their secondary is going to get a lot better, but would a Bernard Raymond have been a better choice? Would a Alec Pierce or some of these receivers been a better choice? I think there is definitely, when you put it that way, I'm almost talking myself down to this to being a B pick, because I do like Jaquan Brisker here a lot, but I would much rather give Justin Fields some help. So I think that needs to be said. And then, yes, I will go back and talk about that Texans pick here.
John Mechie.
It was John Mechie to the Texans. Thank you to my beautiful assistant. Yeah, and thank you again, guys, for sticking it out as we've sorted through these technical difficulties. I'm not even going to say it. Just thank you for sticking it out with us. It's a good pick. I think they needed another receiver in the building there. John Mechie's really tough. He's really competitive. He's a culture pick, as Andre was saying, probably off the camera as we were trying to figure everything out. But I think second round was what they needed. I would give it about an A. I have no heavy criticisms of the pick. Probably won't see a ton of playing time right away with Brandon Cooks still there. They're probably going to want to see what they have in the Michigan kid, but he can contribute in the slot as well. So I take that back. He'll play. Just probably won't be a full-time starter. We got a super chat here from Brandon. Look at who the Lions have in the interior. I'm hoping they're planning on using him more as an interior pass rusher. Yeah, I think that's probably fair for Pascal. He could. His best pass rush reps were from the interior for Josh Pascal, so he's a really good football player. It just adds another piece to the D line. I just don't, he's not going to be a superstar, but that's fine. You're not drafting superstars in the second round. I appreciate that, Mr. Pirate. Another beautiful day in Las Vegas. Did I say that right?
You did actually say that right.
Yeah. She gives me a hard time. She doesn't think I say Vegas correctly. So a lot has happened. We've been in and out of the stream. We've had a lot of picks, so just in case you're just getting here and missed something for good reasons, some of my favorite picks here. We had the Packers come up for Christian Watson. I'm going to have some apologizing to do. I think that it would have probably been him or Pickett at 23 for the linebacker, or 22 when they picked the linebacker out of Georgia. I still would rather have just taken the receiver there and had 2 second-round picks, and you could get a linebacker. You probably could have gotten a linebacker of comparable value around this point. No one else is gone, so I still don't love the the Quay Walker pick. Let me be clear about that. But they made up for it big time by going to get Christian Watson. We had Arnold Ebiketie was a great pick for the Falcons, who I was terrified were going to take a quarterback there. And the Saints on the clock here, could they potentially be going quarterback? I'm not sure with this 49th pick, but yeah, I think the Falcons made a great decision. They got a first-round talent, in my opinion, or at least a second-round talent. And not drafting a quarterback is a really good idea for them because they're going to be in a position to maybe go get a guy like Bryce Young and get a quarterback of the future next year. So a much needed upgrade for their defense. Thought that pick was really good for the Falcons there. Let's see, Jalen Petrie to the Texans, excellent value. They've gotten some really exciting secondary players there for Lovie Smith to craft a good unit around after they let Reed go. I think that's a really nice pick for them. Excited to see him maybe play a little bit more safety on the back end.
A couple more people are saying they're joining and want to know your Mechie reaction.
My Mechie reaction, I like the pick. I think they needed a safety. I think it was good value. I had a second-round grade on him. He would have been, if I pull up my board, probably the best receiver available at this point. He was, well, George Pickens and Sky Moore, John Mechie, all kind of clustered there in the second-round area. Really tough dude. Wow, Alontae Taylor just went to the New Orleans Saints. We'll talk about that in a second. But yeah, really tough dude. He's going to fit into the culture there. Did I say Kenny Pickett? I meant George Pickens. Yeah, I have no criticism of the pick for the Texans. Give another weapon in there for Davis Mills. And honestly, Brandon Cooks, you got I can't think of his name right now, but the Michigan kid they took in the third round last year, and Mechie. You can do worse than that receiving core for sure. So Alontae Taylor to the Saints is very fascinating. I have Taylor as more of a third, fourth round guy. I do think this would qualify as a reach, in my opinion. But he's a versatile defensive back. I think he has safety flexibility. He has slot corner flexibility. He's a very fast player. What is Teddy crying about over there? That was a real large cry. So Alontae Taylor was my third cornerback in this class. 13th corner in this class with a third to a fourth round grade. I'll read my description on him. Once we get later into the draft, I'm going to be reading a lot of these descriptions to come back to my notes a little bit. But he has athletic traits worth gambling on in the mid rounds with a legit 4.3 speed, with height, and an impressive first step to get to top speed quickly. He has horrible technique for press man coverage, as his jams frequently miss, his feet are slow to mirror release packages, and he in general plays pretty high-hipped, making it difficult for him to change directions quickly. So that's I have more on there, but I would guess the Saints don't see him as a full-time corner for them. They kind of need that dime defensive back to come in and just play a little bit of everywhere. I think Alontae Taylor definitely fills that role. It is a little early for me. I can't give it too good of a grade, but I also don't think it's like a bad pick either. We got some super chats here from Evan. Thanks for sticking through the technical difficulties. Do I think the Packers should look at trading back up for Pickens if he falls any further? Look, I'm game, but I highly doubt that happens. I think they probably feel that receiver room's pretty complete at this point.
Trade.
We got a trade for the Patriots coming up here. Yep, Patriots coming up. Cryodin says, thank you for providing me with quality football inside year-round when I don't have the time to dive into the tape as much as I want to due to the university and all. Also, the Pickens fall is real. Yes, the Pickens fall is very real. I think people are worried about the kind of off-field stuff with him. A lot of maturity concerns with George Pickens. the big thing is still only one quarterback off the board. I talked about this in my final mock draft where I said that I think we see these quarterbacks, at least some of them. I didn't think it would be 5 of them, but see some of these guys really drop because of the opportunity cost of drafting a quarterback. We talked about that with the Falcons a little bit, and how I would have been disappointed if they took a quarterback, because next year's class just looks like a lot better. And if they, Willis is definitely intriguing. I had a 2nd-round grade on Malik Willis, so at this point it's a good gamble to take, but he's a really risky prospect. He really is. There's a lot of warts on his tape. So it's definitely fascinating how deep these guys could fall. And I think some of these guys are going to turn into real steals at some point, which is funny with all the negative conversation. Micah Parsons just said, crazy, I haven't seen Dean go yet. That's another thing there. Nakobe Dean, to me, was never in the first round conversation, so looking pretty good on that one. So the Patriots are up, and man, if they take Leo Chanel here, I will not be surprised. I think he's a dream fit with everything they like to do with that linebacking core. He can come up, defend the run. He can develop a little bit in coverage there. I think he can learn to rush the passer. Definitely not learn to rush the passer. He can definitely rush the passer right away as a blitzer. Off the edge even, but up the middle, he's got 4.5 speed, 250 pounds, really strong guy, benched more than pretty much anyone in the class. They haven't made the pick yet, but this would definitely not surprise me, or Nakobe Dean. But I think Chanel really fits what they look for. I think this player right here we're watching in Chanel is a better player than Quay Walker, who the Packers took to kind of do a lot of the same stuff. And he would have been in state. How's the music level, guys? I was kind of playing with the music level throughout all that. I think we could probably turn it up a little bit here. Change this back to we had a gain on this, so let's just delete that and we'll go. There we go. Let me know if that's too loud. Okay, Patriots are going to be putting their selection in here pretty soon. We got a super chat from JMP. Where would I rank the duo of Owe and Ojabo as edge rushers for the next 5 years? Well, we still got to see a lot of development from those guys, but they have the upside to be the best in the NFL. I mean, those guys are too... Music's too loud. Those guys are two absolute athletic freaks. The sky is the limit for that duo. Okay, we'll keep the music about right there. Tanner says, music's great. Bring it on. Do the Panthers move up for Howell? I mean, if he's sitting there in the 3rd round, why not? Thanks for letting me know, guys, on the music. But I wouldn't be stunned if one of these guys falls to them in the 4th. I mean, I don't know how many of these teams really want quarterbacks. All right, Patriots pick coming in. Tyquan Thornton, another. I needed to get that bell at Target today. I should have gotten the freaking bell.
We couldn't find a bell, baby.
I was gonna get a bell for all the good takes today, and I was gonna ring the bell when I had a good take. I tried to tell you guys this guy was gonna go in the 2nd round. It's not a mega reach, you guys. Tyquan Thornton is a really good receiver. When I did his eval, I was stunned that no one was talking about him as a 2nd round player. Yeah, I mean, that's one of my better draft takes, honestly. So when I got to Tyquan Thornton, I was like, okay, this is Anthony Schwartz again. Probably just a track star, ran a really good 40, and just wasn't really a real receiver because no one was talking about him, right? That was just the assumption. But I watched him, and it was like, okay, he runs routes. He had 12 touchdowns at almost 1,000 yards with bad quarterback play. He's a run blocker. He's a really good run blocker. He's got, smaller hands, but he never had drop issues. This is not a bad pick by the New England Patriots. The Patriots are going to get shredded for their draft, getting Cole Strange and Tyquan Thornton. I like both of these players that they got, and I think they fill huge needs for them. They have a speed element. With Christian Watson gone, I think you can make a case that this was the best receiver option for them available because they have possession guys, right? They have Parker, they have a couple slot guys, but they don't have that speed threat here. So for me, Tyquan Thornton, I had a true second-round grade. He was my wide receiver 12, and his grade is just behind guys like Sky Moore, Alec Pierce. I have a higher grade on him than Calvin Austin, Jalen Tolbert. This is not a bad pick. I got to get rid of that C. I like this pick a lot for the Patriots. People are going to have this as a reach, but he was a second-round player on my board, and I needed to get that bell at target because I was telling you guys, this is not a player that's going to be, if you ran those draft simulators that everyone likes to do, he was always there in the 4th, 5th round. I'm like, this is BS. And I was doing 7-round mock drafts on Patreon, and I wouldn't take him because I was like, he's not going to be there. That's stupid. So, yeah, 2nd-round pick.
Somebody says Bill Belichick is 100% a TFG watcher.
Maybe this year. I mean, Cole Strange and him, yeah. Both guys were on my guys list. Tanner says, damn, you hit that right on the head. AFC East going to be fun to watch. Yeah, people are going to shred the Patriots for their draft, but they were good reach. Like, they were reaches according to, like, the consensus board, but I think they got 2 really good players. What's in the corner?
That little F.
There's a little F?
Yeah, you can't see it on your screen.
Let's see. Oh, no.
Okay,
but we can slide.
I can move it over.
Yeah,
I know
just,
how to do it.
you can just grab the selection tool.
Yes, I know how to do it. Thank you very much.
Do you know how to select everything that's in there, though? No.
I will move it one at a time.
No. Trust me, because it won't. Let me just do it real quick. Just trust me on this one. I'll just grab the whole thing real quick. That's a good call, though. Yeah. Because you need to get all the team logos to come with, too. So we will just do... this. And the whole thing will come. I had that whole thing in a folder. So you just gotta move the folder. Okay. Yes, good call.
You have a super chat?
Yes, a couple super chats. Thank you guys. From the Pirate, or Mr. Pirate. This is the kind of QB draft where you get chip on your shoulder if you had to wait till day 3. Yeah, some Tom Brady vibes. I'm not going to quite go that far, but I do agree. I think the chances of a Kirk Cousins or a Derek Carr or a Andy Dalton coming out of this draft as a non-first round, franchise quarterback, I think it's pretty high. It's just a matter of who is it going to be. Hard to say. Tommy says he's only 177 pounds. Defenders will knock him off. Yes, he needs... space. He's not gonna do great with, banging with corners down the field. He will struggle with some of those aspects. But Jameson Williams went 12th overall. He's also 180 pounds. So it's not like, we haven't seen speed receivers. Deshaun Jackson, Henry Ruggs. Like, we've seen those guys be able to separate. Oh, that's true. I can fix that as well. There goes Cam Jurgens. Wow. So, a little bit early, but we kind of knew he was going to be on teams' radars second, third round. And this is about as good of a spot as he can go because he won't start right away. They need that long-term Kelsey replacement, and this is literally a physical clone of Jason Kelsey. I just got to grab my grade. Oh. Always funny when we touch something at the same time and then the computer just gets... Okay. Yeah, I don't know if I'll go full A. I think this is really smart process by the Eagles because the Eagles have the future on their mind. And this is a forward-thinking pick. They don't want to be without their franchise center, so you give him a perfect mentor to really fine-tune that athleticism. He's a young guy. He hasn't been playing a ton of football. And, yeah, I think he's going to be an easy replacement for them. I really like that process for the Eagles, who to me don't have a lot of major needs, frankly. I think that roster is better than a lot of Eagles fans realize. You ain't winning a Super Bowl with Jalen Hurts, you guys, and they know that. So keep building the foundation of that team. You get Jordan Davis, you get him. Someone said, isn't Dickerson their future center? Wow, Pickens just went to the Steelers. And so you got Pickett to Pickens after a full draft season of me confusing their names. We get another 15 years of that. Actually, I don't think Pickett will be a 15-year starter, but we get more of that. We'll talk about that in just a second, but I think they like Dickerson as a guard. I mean, he's played really good guard for them, and Jurgens gives them an athlete. So why not both? Por qué no los dos? Pittsburgh Steelers. Pitt has Pickett and Pickens. Good luck with that. They're loading up on playmakers, man. I don't get why they wouldn't draft an offensive lineman here. They've done this now 2 years in a row where they've kind of avoided O-line. You got some tackles sitting there of value. Someone like, I think Bernard Raymond would have been a cool fit there, but look, that's really good value to get Pickens this late. He's a heck of a player. I think he'll fit in the culture there, and they've had a really good track record of second, third round receivers. So, yeah, I can't fault him for that. Got some highlights on Pickens.
Guy got some flow.
And Alec Pierce goes to the Colts, so back-to-back receivers coming off the board. Or 3 straight receivers coming off. We had the center pick in there. But, yeah, I mean, it gives you, Deontay Johnson, I think, on the last year of his contract in Pittsburgh, or at least, yeah, I think he is. So if Pickens is really good, you can avoid potentially not giving Deontay Johnson a huge deal. It's a good pick. Pickens has a little bit more of ability to be all-around route runner than a guy like Claypool as well, who I think is a little bit more straight line speed. But the Colts here going Alec Pierce. And another, I think, A pick. He's kind of Michael Pittman-esque, just as a vertical guy, but can do some different stuff. I just, you get 2 big-bodied vertical threats. Pierce a little bit faster than a guy like Pittman. Man, I'm getting all the tongue twisters. Pickett, Pickens, Pittman. Pittsburgh. Yep. But, yeah, another really good pick here. I think they needed a receiver. They still need a left tackle. You could have thought about, like, Bernard Raymond, but can't fault them for grabbing a receiver in any way.
I think during the commercial you want to set up Teddy Ham. People are asking for some.
Yeah, let's see here. I think we gotta close. Yeah,
Ask
that is
people
close.
What we should order for dinner while you're second.
What should we order for dinner? Pizza?
Pizza?
Pizza's easy. Pizza or Indian would be my 2 picks. I almost had to go after the Ravens corner. Not Marshawn Lattimore. Marlon Humphrey tweeted, Indian food like trash for real. I don't get the hype. And I was like, oh my God, that's a horrible take.
So horrible.
To be fair, I have bad food takes on Twitter too. I said donuts suck.
Yeah, I agree with that though.
Yeah. Do I want the Packers to get McBride? I would love if the Packers got McBride. I just doesn't seem likely after they gave up their 2nd round pick, which I'm 100% okay with, by the way. I was going at the Packers last night for not being aggressive enough. Like, what's a 2nd round pick if you can't get a receiver? So I think going up to get one of those guys was big time for them.
Wade says he's moving to the Twin Cities soon. Let me buy you a beer and talk
Ooh,
football.
all right, Wade, you got it. Don't have to ask me twice. All right, Teddy Cam is, I think, ready to go. This was the Andre Cam.
Or Andre.
Sorry, Andre. Everyone, now that everything's settled, you can go check out Andre on Twitter. And it was at Moonlight Swami, I think.
Yes.
And you can find his YouTube channel as well, Moonlight Swami. A couple super chats here. Me and Teddy are going to answer these together. What did the Packers do now? No Pierce, no Mechie, no Pickens. Do you think they overpaid? No, I think I just kind of answered that before you submitted it. No, I don't think they overpaid. I think you still want to target another receiver in this draft, and if you trade up for it, that's fine. But I think tight end, receiver, offensive line is big for them. Shane says, my friend says Jalen Hurts is the future and Lamar is the past. Can you talk some sense into him? I'll just say this. I'm Marcus from 2023, and Jalen Hurts is a backup quarterback somewhere while Lamar Jackson just got paid $250 million. Teddy, can you look at the camera? I'll fix him. I gotta activate the... I activated it, and it's just his butt. Teddy, look at the camera. Look.
Turn his bed.
Turn around. Look at the camera.
All right, Chiefs selection.
Sky Moore. Wow. The Chiefs are having an incredible draft, and he is a perfect fit for everything they needed because you have kind of your possession, bigger-bodied receiver in Juju. Now you have your vertical threat in Marquez Valdes-Scantling. Now you have more of a slot option for them next to Mecole Hardman. I know Tyreek Hill's gone, but I think this receiving core they have is actually better than the group they had last year. I think you have 4 or 5 real options on that offense. I think that's better than just 2. So, Chiefs loading up. They had an excellent draft in the first round, got a couple of impact defensive players. Teddy, you're totally just flashing the camera right now. There. Yeah, I mean, that's an A for the Chiefs. I can just leave the A up there. That's a heck of a job. Did they trade down to do that too? Or they navigated the second round a little bit. It's been hard to kind of follow everything going on. But now the Cardinals are coming up. Some of these comments I can't say out loud are just way too much.
What?
Regarding Teddy.
Oh, Jesus. Good thing I've distracted him.
Yeah. So now the Cardinals are picking. And there goes Trey McBride. That's interesting. They gave a big extension to Zach Ertz, but Ertz is going to be more of a big receiver. So, man, you got to wonder if Kyler's like in their ear, like, hey, give me all of the playmakers and I'll be happy. I'm actually not a huge fan of this fit, to be completely honest. Just the way they run their offense, it's very spread out. And he'll be a good player, don't get me wrong, but for me, like, go grab Drake Jackson, go get an edge rusher, go get an offensive lineman. It's Goddard all over again. That's a good call. My comparison for Trey McBride was Dallas Goedert, and he replaced Zach Ertz. So, it does give you a long-term tight end. I'll give it a B because I think he's a really good player, and I think you get good value, but I think you also need to note, like, is that really the best use of their draft capital here? I think you can definitely debate that. I think there's some edge talent on the board with guys like Drake Jackson, Nick Bonito, still available that might have been better options for them, but they got a better player in Trey McBride, so I'm not going to shred it. And now Dallas is coming up. Still no second quarterback off the board. This is getting crazy. So you have it coming up here after Dallas and Buffalo. You have Atlanta, Minnesota, Tampa Bay, San Francisco. All could be thinking about quarterback here. But it's that opportunity cost. If you're Atlanta and you draft Malik Willis, you're not going to give up on him next year and draft, a guy that might be a better prospect. Minnesota actually would be a pretty good spot, I think, for Malik Willis. Tampa Bay could certainly go quarterback with the uncertainty on the horizon there. Depends how they feel, I suppose, about Kyle Trask, but thank you, Andrew. Super chat for Teddy treats.
Yeah, should we get you some Teddy treats?
He's very cute right now.
After the Cowboys selection, Teddy.
He says, screw the Cowboys, give me treats. There goes Sam Williams. Wow, the Cowboys are making some reaches in accordance to my board here. So, these guys can work out. I can be wrong. I'll acknowledge it, but I'm just going to tell you, like, what I think about these players based on what I watched, and I think this is a bad pick. I think there's better edge players, Drake Jackson, Nick Bonito, on the board who are better now and have higher upside. Sam Williams was my 16th edge with a 4th to a 5th round grade, and he's a really good athlete. He ran, very fast. That's about all you can say about him. I'll read my notes on him. Played the run valiantly despite being asked to play a 4-eye/3 tech role in Ole Miss's odd 3-man front. So he is an edge player, but was asked to be kind of a hybrid D end in a lot of ways. Shows a lot of strength and power in his arms to drive tackles back, even if he doesn't combine it with proper technique in his lower half. So you can see the raw tools are there. The first step needs to be worked on, but he has the strength in his arms to make it happen and with a power rush, but he's got a Mrs. Crackle Pop over there. He's a work in progress as a power rusher, but he lacks bend around the corner. His balance through contact is poor, and he finds himself on the ground quite frequently. He's very poor with his hands after initial contact and can get locked up easily without a plan B. So, and yeah, he's a work in progress along with his first round counterpart Tyler Smith. So the Bucs are trading up here. Are they coming up for a quarterback? That would be really interesting. Here, Teddy. You want some popcorn? I mean, if Malik Willis falls into the 3rd round, that would be... I mean, you got to go back to, like, Geno Smith to the last time a quarterback that was potentially a first-rounder fell until the 3rd. Like, that's a crazy fall for him. As far as the grade here for the Cowboys, I'm not going to go full on F because they need an edge and they need upside for the future at that position. I think he can do some early down work, and you can use Parsons as that guy. Yeah, Travis Jones. Oh, man, if the Bucs get Travis Jones here, what a steal. What an absolute steal. I'm like, man, that'd be wild. That's a good call by Babs in the chat. We'll see. But, yeah, it's a reach according to my board for the Cowboys. We'll see how that plays out. I bet this is Travis Jones. Geno was a 2nd rounder. Yeah, you're actually right. So this would be even crazier than that. Another Cowboys draftee with character flags. Does Sam Williams have some off-field knocks? I didn't have those in my notes. Or do I? No, I didn't have any. Chiefs guy, thanks for the super chat. We love the Sky Moore pick. I mean, that's a slam dunk for them after what they pulled off in the 1st round. Absolutely. Okay, here's the Bucs selection coming in. If they take Travis Jones, that would be an absolute steal for the Buccaneers. You could basically flip the Logan Hall pick and Travis Jones, and value-wise, they would add up for me. Luke Goddick. Great pick. The Packers fan in me is happy that they didn't take Travis Jones, but they did not take a guard in the 1st round, right? They traded down, and this has been one of my guys throughout the whole process. Really big fan of Luke Goddick, and I think he starts at right guard for them immediately and completes that offensive line, and would have been one of the better options for them to do that. You would be looking at maybe Dylan Parham, Darian Kinnard, Sean Ryan would be options, and I have Luke Goddick right in that mix. Now, Bernard Raymond on the board, he's definitely falling here. I need my bell. I need my bell, you guys. I have a tweet from like February where I said I'm not sure Luke Goddick isn't a better player than Bernard Raymond. And he just went ahead of Bernard Raymond, which at the time was blasphemy. Bernard Raymond was ultimately a higher player on my board, but I really didn't think the gap between them was massive. So, yeah, I like this pick a lot. I think that fills out their offensive line. They've really filled their two biggest needs to go and try and win a championship this year with that defensive end next to Vidavea, and now here with the Goddick. Cried thank you for the super chat. He says, Willis seems to be a very good character guy as well. Normally those guys go high at QB. Round 3 would be wild for him given his upside. Yeah, I agree. The quarterback market's just weird right now. But even here, if I'm the Falcons here at 58, I'm not taking him because I just like Bryce Young that much, and I think they're in a position to do that. To go and kind of stink now. I think you could go maybe like a Perrion. I mean, if you could get Travis Jones here, Travis Jones has certainly become the best player available on my board. If you can get Travis Jones here at 58, that would be a remarkable pick. Maybe a Nakobe Dean. You could go corner and grab like a Zion McCollum, who's still there. Jalen Armour Davis, potentially. Let's see what they do here. Troy Anderson. I think I had this in one of my mocks, so he's a really exciting player. Physically speaking, he is Isaiah Simmons. He's 6'4", he has 4.4 speed, total freak athlete. The dude played running back for them. I don't think it's crazy to say that he's that different of a prospect from Isaiah Simmons. Simmons just happened to play at Clemson, and he played at Montana State, right? Raw player, has only been fully starting at linebacker for one season, but his upside is absolutely remarkable. And a lot of people are going to say, how do you take him over Nakobe Dean? It's because of upside, man. Nakobe Dean is as I said in February, he's a dime linebacker. He's to me, a third, late second, early third round talent. He's Jayon Brown. He's a blitzer and a guy that can run man coverage, but I have no problems taking Troy Anderson here. I don't really have any negative criticism of this pick. I will give it an A. I think he's a really fun football player, and with Dean Pease, I think they can coach him up. They get a little bit more size next to Deion Jones. I think it's a great pick for the Falcons. A lot of local Georgia people are going to be really pissed that it's not Nakobe Dean, but I promise you it's okay. It's okay. So now we got the Vikes up, and man, if you're the Vikings, really hard not to take Malik Willis here, if this is me. I mean, you've got all these extra picks. You've traded down twice. It'd be really hard for me to not just gamble on the upside, because I don't think they're going to suck. I don't think they're going to be drafting a high quarterback next year. Wow, Ed Ingram out of LSU. Okay. I don't like that one. Why would you take him and not Malik Willis? That's really confusing for me. So, Ed Ingram is a really good athlete. He's solid. He's very comparable to Davis, who they drafted out of Ohio State around the third round last year. Ed Ingram was my 13th offensive lineman with a 4th to a 5th round grade. He fits their system as a run blocker. He can get out, move block. He can also play some center. He has a history playing center. He does have some off-field kind of character stuff. He was in 2018 he basically couldn't play. I think his sophomore season, he was on hold because of sexual assault charges that were later dropped. So, it's in his past, but he did have that character red flag next to him. I don't like this pick. I think Dylan Parham's a much better player they could have drafted that fits their system much better. I think Bernard Raymond being available, Max Mitchell, Zach Tom, all much better players. I'm really trying to think of a reason not to give this an F. You trade down with the Packers, let them get Christian Watson. I'm gonna do it. I think that's a really bad pick. I don't even know if he's better than Wyatt Davis or Udo on the inside there. I think they reached pretty hard on that one. So many better players they could have taken. Aaron Banks energy, yeah, very similar to the Aaron Banks pick last year. Yeah, interesting first draft for Kwesi, that's for sure. So what was that trade down anyway? For the Packers-Vikings swap. Did Green Bay happen to get another third in that deal, or was it just both seconds? We got the Bengals trading up. Teddy, the Bengals are trading up. I'm going to have a Teddy treat. What could the Bengals have in mind here? Travis Jones, maybe? We're going to be saying a lot of Travis Jones until he goes. And give them just another big D lineman. They have a bunch of them, but keep that as a strength after they lost Ogunjobi. Could certainly go with Bernard Raymond or Dylan Parham. Continue filling out that offensive line.
Some people are saying Parham.
You guys have been good on no spoilers from what I've seen.
No questions.
I know, I'm just saying. Good job on the no spoilers. But a reminder for anybody in the chat right now, no spoilers, please. Okay, Dad. Matt Ariza here. Take a punter.
Andrew wants you to give Teddy more Teddy treats.
Okay. I get it. He's more entertaining than me. Fair enough. Oops, that one went flying. So are we doing pizza or?
Got the pizza.
You ordered it?
Mm-hmm.
What did we get? Papa John's?
No. Broadway.
We don't like Broadway, do we?
I don't know. Do we not?
Isn't that over by where my old house was? Isn't that Broadway?
No, that's Parkway.
That's Parkway. Oh, Broadway's. I think I've heard good things about Broadway.
Broadway's the one that I
That's a
ordered
chain,
at 4
right?
in the morning and made you stay up to get.
Which time? It's a lot of those. We got a super chat from Alan. Thank you, Alan. What do you make of the QBs possibly making it to round 3? Would the Colts take a shot? Man, that'd be a great spot for the Colts. They got a pick coming up. I mean, gosh, that'd be really fun for the Colts. It'd be the Carson Wentz pick, too. Apparently, I had a look in my eye when you said Broadway and not Papa John's. I think I was just rubbing my eye.
People want to know about Teddy, how long you've had him for, etc.
Do you want to answer that question?
He's not your dog.
Yeah, he's not my dog. I found him. That is Anna's dog, and he's 6.
6.
Got him as a puppy.
He's a little 3-pound guy.
Mm-hmm.
He wants more treats.
He's so cute right now. We got his haircut like a week in advance because he's really just kind of derpy and looks a little bit like a rat for the first couple days when he gets his haircut. But after a week, it's like peak cute Teddy.
Although we forgot to put his Bengals jersey on for this pick. The trade-up really threw us off.
Yeah. All right, let's see what the Bengals are doing here. Lion says my cat weighs more than Teddy.
Sometimes people think Teddy's a cat when we're carrying him around.
Mm-hmm. You walk your cat? Cam Taylor-Britt out of Nebraska. Okay. So Cam Taylor-Britt was on my not my guys list. I just didn't really see it with him. But there's a lot of people that like him, so you got to factor that in. Really good athlete, tested very well. Personally, I think it's a mistake. I think there's a lot of other corners, guys like Zion McCollum, Jalen Armour Davis, Damari Mathis, but he's not that far down there for me to be like overly critical of this pick. I just do personally think it's a bit of a reach, so I will give it a C for that reason. I'll stay true to my evaluations, but I do think it fills a need. He's an athlete that can really develop well there. I just am not like fired up about it, but not the worst pick in the world, I suppose. Can read some of my strengths and weaknesses on him. So he plays strong and willing against the run, has good long speed, accelerates very well when he can do so with confidence. So he plays a little bit timid, doesn't always know what he's looking at. Fast vertical transition from press bail. So if they're putting him up in guys' face, press bail means you're showing press pre-snap, but you're not actually going to put your hands on him. They want you to just turn and run immediately and get depth. So he can definitely accelerate vertically from press bail very well. He has the arm length to develop as a better true press man corner. So they didn't ask him to run a lot of press. That's pretty normal for a lot of college corners. So he needs to be developed. I don't think he's going to start for him right away, but can probably play as a dime corner and definitely has developmental upside. Weaknesses is slow to react and squeeze on underneath breaking routes. So probably not the best fit for a off zone like quarters heavy system, which it's not really Cincinnati's deal, so that's fine. He has poor spacing and zone coverage, so more of that just lack of zone feel. Technique as a tackler is very poor and leads to a high percentage of missed tackles. So just some stuff to clean up, but can get there for sure. He's got good upside. I had a 4th to a 5th round grade on him, so we're basically spending a 3rd rounder on him. A little bit early for me. Better players in my opinion, but not going to cry about it for your Bengals.
Somebody says you missed a super chat.
I missed a super chat.
It's probably too late for you.
It's probably too late for me. Let's see. Here we go. I guess the Ravens are taking a corner. Who do you think? McCollum? I'm a Baltimore fan, so I'd be happy with him. Man, if they get McCollum after they got Ojabo in the 2nd, sheesh.
Oh, let's read this from Max Mulliner.
A shout out to Wyatt Mulliner. He's your brother with Down syndrome. What's up, Wyatt? How's it going, my dude? Thanks for watching the stream.
What kind of fantasy?
Yeah, what's your team? Have I ever seen a worse QB class, like, ever? This is definitely it just doesn't have top talent. I do like the depth. Like, I think someone's going to get a steal, but it's definitely up there for the worst classes ever. Micah, I missed your super chat. If you repeat it, we're looking at the chat at the moment. So, oh, I see it. If Willis keeps falling, could you see the Vikings taking him at the top of the round 3? Yeah, I definitely think the Vikings are a spot. I think teams that are in on quarterbacks next year, guys like the Eagles, Falcons, Lions, and Texans, probably not going to be going quarterback. But teams that can sit him and develop him, like Minnesota, the Giants, Tennessee coming up, Chicago wouldn't do it. Seattle again. I think we're gonna see a run on quarterbacks here very soon, actually. Vikings, Giants, Titans, Seahawks, Colts, and even Denver could think about it. I think we're gonna start to see these guys go here.
Can you remove Portal Caden from here? Just delete block him. I already deleted his messages, so you might know.
I don't know if I can.
Okay, what about
I'm still not signed in on this for some reason. Mm-hmm. Who do I think the Chargers are looking at? I don't know. It's hard to say at this point in the draft. Drake Jackson just went to the 49ers. I really like this pick quite a lot, actually. So, not going to be an immediate impact, and for him to be their first pick, I would have loved to see them go get a Dylan Parham, or that's really it, but maybe you can still get Parham later. I think you've got D Ford, can't stay on the field. You've got Eric Armstead, I think will eventually become a cap casualty. Drake Jackson, hometown USC kid. Not totally hometown. He's down the state a little bit, but he's a great value here. I had a second-round grade on Drake Jackson. I think the gap between, I actually think he's a better prospect than like Boye Mafe, who went a good 20 picks earlier. And he's got a ton of bend around the edge. He's for a team that does a great job with these guys. You look at the athletes that just thrived on that D-line last year. My name recall is going to fail me right now, but they had like 7 deep, guys like Arden Key. Man, Drake Jackson can get there. I don't know why I'm struggling with that name so much, but he can definitely get there and be a long-term starter for them. But, you got to draft. If you want a starting edge player, you got to draft him early, or you got to take developmental guys around this time. So, and it's not the day one impact that Niners fans are going to want, but it's a really good value for them. So I actually like that a lot. I'll give that an A. But yeah, for the super chat about the Chargers, I'm not quite sure who they might be looking at. Chiefs taking Brian Cook. We got back-to-back picks flying off the board here. Not a bad pick for the Chiefs. A lot of safeties have gone to this point. So Brian Cook for me is kind of in a cluster now with a bunch of kind of third-round talents at safety for me. So, end of the second round, no problem with this pick at all from a value perspective. I did have a third to a fourth-round grade on him, but it's not the best safety class. I think these guys know that, and we've seen guys like Seen and Brisker and Petrie now gone. So he's a good fit as far as a kind of versatile guy, good athleticism to run man coverage, really good tackler. No problems with this pick at all. And I don't think it's quite A-worthy, but I will give it a B. It's an above-average good pick for the Chiefs. I think we got some Brian Cook highlights here. I want to record like my ring the bell takes.
Which one?
I just want to keep track of them so that I don't think I want to do that tonight. Half a one. Give me a half.
Which one?
I'll take the kinky pink blue one. So what do we have? In the chat, you guys, what are some of my good takes we've had so far? We had Ojabo to the Ravens being a good fit. Just wait. We'll wait for the next highlight. But we had Ojabo. We had the QBs falling / Willis being. I said Malik Willis was was right there with Corral and Howell. We had that.
Are you making a list of?
Oh yeah. I gotta brag at some point. I don't put all this time in.
Oh, you never brag. Goodness.
Or at least keep a record of it. So when people, I get a lot of questions that are like, "What were your best draft takes?" So.
I think it's a list. So next time you're wrong about something, you can tell me all the times you were right.
You know, I gotta give myself.
Marcus needs some ammo because he's usually wrong.
Oh, stop.
At least in his personal life.
What are you, a YouTube commenter?
Not when it comes to football, but everywhere else.
I'll own that. I'll own that. Yeah, we had Tyquan Thornton, Dean falling. I'm trying to open a bottle. I can't get it. It's a stubborn guy.
I'll try to.
Okay. I also need. I'm gonna take a second to issue my apologies on the Packers because I was. We got a super chat here from Alan. As a Colts fan, I was hoping for Sky more because I feel we don't have a true guy that can route people up. Can Pierce do that? Keep up the good work. Not in the same way Sky Moore can, but he's very good. You know, Alec Pierce, the one thing that does stand out about him is his feet are very quick in like his release. So not necessarily like down the field routing people up. I like that term, by the way, but he can absolutely cook guys on like slants. Like if you try to press him, he's going to get open very quickly on slants because he threatens to the outside. He's just got a good release package and really quick feet. So there's at least that in there.
So somebody asked, and this is a valid question because we can have self-reflection, which draft pick do you think has been your worst so far, or your take during?
Worst draft take?
Yeah.
This draft?
It's hard to say, right? Because we haven't seen them.
Yeah, we don't know if they're good or not yet. But as far as like where guys got taken...
We'll have to think about that.
Yeah,
one.
I mean, I guess Drake London is... It's the guys that I was critical of, I guess, have the potential for it. So, like, Drake London, I gave an F. Quay Walker, I gave an F. Or maybe guys that people didn't like. Wow, the Bills just took James Cook. Okay. Or guys that I didn't... Or guys that I did like that people didn't like. So maybe, like, Cole Strange, Tyquan Thornton, like... Yeah, we had the Bernard Raymond take. So James Cook to the Buffalo Bills is a fun one. Whoops, that's we got Cook back to back. I like this a lot for them. That I thought they maybe were going to have their eyes on Breece Hall in this draft, but definitely had a feeling they wanted to get a running back with some more juice. And that's definitely what you're getting in Cook. He's more of a third down weapon for them. You know, they kind of experimented with Matt Breida, who I think is still on the team, but Cook's just a better, healthy version of that. He gives them explosiveness in the receiving game on third down, something they haven't had. So it's definitely a kind of a luxury pick, but hey, the Bills got a corner in the first, and this was their next biggest need. I don't have any problems with this at all for the Bills. I think I would grade this honestly An A? I don't know what they could have done differently that would have made me more excited than that. So I guess that's an A. I have said that I'd rather have Tyler Beatty in the 4th than Cook in the 2nd, but I think the Bills are a unique situation where why not? Like, they've loaded up their team. It's a total luxury pick, but that's when you go running back. So that's very fun for Bills fans. Oh, I got it.
Broncos already.
Yep,
All
Broncos are in.
Fire them up.
I would take UConn DT. Oh, Nick Bonito. Okay. So somebody, oh, there he is, Benji. That's really funny, Benji. I just thought of you. I couldn't think of who it was. He's been on like every video the last 2 weeks. He's like, edge is Broncos' number one need. Edge, number one need. Benji, you were right, man. I'm making a list of my good draft takes. Good job, Benji. You're totally right. They get Nick Bonito. This is an excellent pick. We can keep that A right up there. I have do I have a true second round grade on him? Or is he a 2-3? Either way, the value's correct. I ended up giving him a full second round grade when all is said and done. Man, what a great scheme fit for him. So, for me with Bonito, he probably needs some time, right? He needs to be a third edge and really isn't going to give you a whole lot right away other than on blitz packages and stuff. But man, he is bendy off the edge. His first step is electric. My pro comp for him was an actual ball of lightning. This guy just moves differently than most players. So he's in a situation where he can sit behind some good technicians, guys like Gregory and Bradley Chubb. They have some other edge players that can give you better run defense if he's not ready to do that right away. And he is, Denver doesn't have a lot of immediate needs, so this is a player that can return a ton of value and give you a little bit in some different rush packages and stuff as well. So big fan of that pick for Denver. He is bendy like Von Miller. Yep, you're gonna get some parallels there for sure. We got a salute to our military here at the top of the 3rd round, so I will as well say thank you to our military members.
Yes, thank you so much we didn't realize how many people are active military members in the chat. So thank you guys so much for your service and those that have served. That's something that's
very important to us. So
yes, so thank you.
For those that weren't joining us last night, we committed to our 24-hour stream over the summer, our second annual of doing a charity stream, 24 hours, and we're going to be raising money for. Is it Fallen?
Yeah, well, we haven't picked the exact charity.
Yeah, there's probably
yet.
a couple different options for us, but yeah.
Something to do with veterans.
Yeah.
Or active military. We haven't quite picked that out yet. We do a lot of research into our charities before we select one.
Yeah.
Although the last two
you were already very familiar.
They were pretty easy. We did Special Olympics and March of Dimes last year. And March of Dimes is for premature babies, which is my job. So, So yeah, we're excited. We'll make sure this summer to let you guys know when that's happening and hope to see some of you there.
Yeah, totally. I think I might do like a. That's cheating. I was gonna say I should like record like a podcast with Shamla or something, and I could just play that while I take a nap. But that's cheating.
No, that's cheating. You can have them live.
Okay, I'm definitely not doing that. Me and Zach will be live. Definitely won't be napping while that airs. Yes, Tanner. Thank you for the super chat. Remember,
Shane
we
says
got...
he just got out of the Army last December. Looking forward to college life. Congratulations
Congrats,
on
Shane.
your new endeavor, Shane.
Thank you for your service. Andrew says, I don't sleep, so I'll definitely be there. Jags have selected Luke Fortner out of Kentucky. Okay. So, let's talk about Luke Fortner. He's a unique... In this class, he's a unique player because a lot of the center prospects in this class are smaller, wide zone scheme fits. Linderbaum, Cam Jurgens off the board. Zion Johnson could have played center. Sorry, I don't need that. I accidentally grabbed it. I don't remember if I said Dylan Parham already, but he's in there. Alec Lindstrom in this cluster with Luke Fortner. Donovan West in there. All smaller, mobile blockers that if you're running that wide zone offense, the Shanahan offense, you want those guys. But what's going on with the 3 U's there?
I just wanted to see if you'd noticed.
Kentucky. But yeah, Fortner's a full-grown center. He actually, for me, Fortner is almost a spitting image of what Josh Myers was. I'll give this pick a B, by the way, because the Vikings pick is coming in. But almost a spitting image of what Josh Myers was for the Packers last year. And, wow, Brian Asamoah for the Vikes.
That came in a little quick for me.
Yeah. But I think it's a good pick for the Jags. They needed, I think, one more piece on that O-line. And, you know, I know Linder's there, but I think Fortner can play guard, no problem. He's a good player. He was my 11th offensive lineman, 4th round grade, but a lot of these guys have gone a little bit earlier than I thought. Guys like Strange and Jurgens are gone already, so I really don't have an issue with that pick for the Jags. I think he'll compete for starting playing time. So the Vikings just took Brian Asamoah ahead of Nakobe Dean. At this point, I'm like a Nakobe Dean apologist. We all are. I think the Vikings have had some massive reaches here. I really do. I don't get that. Ahead of Leo Chanel, ahead of Nakobe Dean, ahead of Malcolm Rodriguez even, who I think is a better player. Ahead of Christian Harris, ahead of Brandon Smith. I mean, Brandon Smith was actually lower. Asamoah is fine. He is a dime linebacker, can't defend the run. I don't get it. I really don't get it. I think the Vikings have had one of the more questionable drafts, and that's really unfortunate because I've always thought Rick Spielman... Now, I'm not trying to write off Kwesi or anything. It's just one draft. We got a lot of time to evaluate what Kwesi can do, but I've always thought like Rick Spielman was a pretty good drafter. And another pick off the board, Josh Oswego to the Giants. That's a fun one. He was on my guys list. That's actually a really good pick. But yeah, I got to give that pick a D. I think they've had a really rough draft, and Spielman got fired. Obviously, they bring in Kwesi. Hard not to be pretty critical of their draft so far. So the Giants take Josh Oswego, who I got to very late in the process, but definitely stood out. He's a really good player. He's an athlete. I think he has tackle guard flexibility. They obviously don't need a tackle anymore, but I don't have a problem with this pick at all. There's some other offensive linemen that, you know, were a little bit ahead of him. I actually had Oswego as a tackle on my board, but as a 4th round talent, I think he's probably better than all of their interior. Well, they signed Glowinski, but I think he probably starts and has a good chance to be a starter for them. A little bit early. I think there's other players that you could nitpick, but I like going with another offensive lineman after you got Evan Neal. Beefing up on the trenches. I can't complain about it. But still no quarterbacks here. Still no quarterbacks. We've got Tennessee coming up, Seattle, Indianapolis again. Does Houston in the third round pull the trigger? This is what happened in my latest what I would do mock draft was we had guys like Kenny Pickett, Desmond Ridder falling this late, and I took them with Jackson or with Houston because I was like, why not at this point? Jagger says, thoughts on the Panthers trading up for one of the QBs? I really like that strategy at this point. I mean, if you were thinking about one at 6, get one in the third round, you don't really have to give up much to do it. Absolutely. Also, Colin, I missed your super chat. Thank you so much. Pointing out that Leo Chanel has not been drafted yet. He's definitely the best player on my board at this point in time. Him and Travis Jones are huge steals at this point in the draft, in my opinion. Okay, we got a commercial break, and I need a bathroom break. I'm going to find a player that I didn't get to play their highlights earlier because of the distraction with Swami and the tech issues. Thanks again, everybody, for hanging out, dealing with those tech issues with us.
Seriously, we so appreciate it.
Yeah.
Obviously, we're not a big network, so we have technical issues. So thank you for sticking with us.
Yeah, that could have easily ruined our night if you guys just tuned out. So thanks for seeing that through with us. We're happy to have you guys with us here, and we're rolling. So yeah, I'm just gonna take a quick bathroom break, play some. How about some John Mechie highlights, because we kind of missed the John Mechie pick through all those tech issues. We might have to do like a little recording with Andre. Pay it back to him, because we kind of dropped the ball on having him on.
Yeah, maybe we could do that.
Have him come down and meet us in Boston. We can do a...
Oh, is he near Boston?
He's in New York. It's probably a little bit too much to ask, but that'd be fun. Oh. You want a treat? Thanks for the super chat, Koblo. Do I think the Bucks were targeting Strange? That's actually a really good take, because they moved out of the first and then the Patriots grabbed him. I think that's actually a really good take. Death Dealer, thank you for the super chat. Who do you think a running back for the Texans in the third round would be? Zamir White and Pierre Strong Jr. are kind of my third round guys that I really like. I think either would be a ton of fun for them. Don't know if you necessarily have to spend a third on them. Okay, the Browns have taken Martin Emerson. So I think at this point I officially have to eat an L. I've been, tooting my own horn a little bit lately, but someone that is slipping further than I expected is Zion McCollum, who I really thought was going to go second round. I do still think he goes in the third round. Super athlete at the position, but a lot of corners have gone that I had ranked ahead of him. But Emerson is a big dude. I think he's every bit of 6'2", 200. Yeah, 6'2", 200 on the dot. I have a third, fourth round grade on him. I think the value here is just fine. I think continue adding depth to that secondary. I would have taken Travis Jones, but we can't keep criticizing everybody for not taking Travis Jones. Maybe there's just something we don't know. I'll read a couple strengths on Martin Emerson here. Squeezes routes really well with physicality and acceleration. Doesn't allow unnecessary separation. Bumps and slows receivers without grabbing. Has excellent shedding ability and willingness against the run. Has above average zone IQ. He's a good, technically sound, physical big corner. The knock, of course, is the speed. 4.53 40, 1.57 10-yard split, below average for the position. So not a burner, but they got a ton of athletes. He can be a matchup corner for them. They just extended Denzel Ward and drafted Newsome last year, and he'll find some reps in third down situations. Justin, thanks for the super chat. With the 70th overall pick, the Panthers select C.J. Henderson out of Florida. Yep, that's who they drafted. So they get a 23rd overall young corner that's in his third year in the league. Wow. Nicholas Petit Frere.
I like that name.
You finally got a tough one.
It's like struggling to type it.
Mm-hmm. I don't understand this. Ahead of Bernard Raymond, really? Did we forget? Like, did Bernard Raymond already get picked and I'm forgetting about it or something? Like, that I cannot explain. Even ahead of, like, a bunch of dudes. I had him as my 12th tackle. I did have him as a third to a fourth round grade, but a lot of better players available. I don't like this pick personally. I don't think he's better than the players they have. I think there was better players available. That's just my opinion. But I think they're going to regret this pick personally. I had a lot of issues with his technique. If I go to his player profile here, struggled immensely down the stretch once the NFL competition picked up. Penn State's Arnold Ebiketie gave him just a complete show, just embarrassed him. The Michigan duo of Ojabo and Aiden Hutchinson really worked him. That was definitely concerning. He's got very soft hands. He doesn't punch very well, which can hurt his power. It can hurt his all-around game. And he's got something I've noticed from a lot of Ohio State linemen is their stunt recognition is just trash. Like, they just don't pick up blitzes and stunts for some reason. And there goes Chad Muma. Another win in the Kobe Dean deal here. But hold on. What? Why? Hold on.
What?
No, you're fine. What the hell are the Jags doing? They paid... Oh my god, this is maybe the worst pick in the draft because I don't get... Literally, is Urban Meyer still running the team? What's going on here? Okay. What the F? So you have Miles Jack on the team. You sign Foyesetta Luakun. You release Miles Jack after you pay Foyesetta Luakun a bunch of money. You trade up in the first round for Devin Lloyd, and now you draft Ched Muma in the third? You haven't drafted a single offensive player for Trevor Lawrence. I'm sorry, Jags fans. Like, I think I finally fully understand the Trent Baalke thing. I need to just do a quick tweet. Yes.
Due to the lag.
Yeah. Okay, now, I don't even know if you guys saw it earlier with all of the trouble with our tech issues and stuff. So I do, real quick, just want to play one more time for our guy Adam down in Chicago. real quick.
Bear down, there's a chunk of bears. And bear down, let's go bear.
Thanks,
Bear
Adam.
down.
Let's get Justin Fields some help here if you're the Bears. They've gone defense back-to-back, Brisker and they took Kyler Gordon. Good picks, but like you gotta get some help. If they can still get Bernard Raymond here, that's a slam dunk pick. I had been mocking them Bernard Raymond back in the early second round for them. So if they could do that, you could grab a receiver here. Maybe the receivers are going here. Maybe a Jalen Tolbert would be a good fit here.
Somebody says, I thought Adam was a Packers fan.
Well, you're going to have to take that up with him.
He truly is a Packers fan and a Bears fan
He's-
and a Vikings fan and a Bengals fan. He is a fan of every team, but the Bears have his heart because
Yes.
we are from Chicago.
Yes. Velus Jones out of Tennessee. So, I like Velus Jones. I think he was what people thought Khalil Shakir is. Khalil Shakir, a guy that got a lot of hype. I think Velus Jones is just a more explosive player. I really like this pick for the Bears. As I mentioned, Jalen Tolbert was like the best receiver available. You had Calvin Austin there. Velus Jones is wide receiver 16 for me with a 3rd to a 4th round grade. Exceptional athlete. Really stood out in the Senior Bowl. Just you could tell this guy has it as far as his quick feet. I think he's going to be probably not an immediate starter. He's a little bit on the raw side. Needs to work on his route running and stuff, but was someone that really came on in his final season, and I like this pick a lot for the Bears. Got to get rid of that F. This is, I think, an A. You can critique not taking Bernard Raymond, but something's probably going on there. I think that's really good value. I think Velus Jones was not getting discussed in the same ways that some guys like, maybe Khalil Shakir, for example, were. So, a really good player. Bears fans might not necessarily have had their eye on him, but I'm about it. And still no quarterbacks.
So what did they do about the Baker Mayfield commercials? That's my main
I know.
concern.
I know. Those were so
were
good.
actually really great commercials.
Agreed. Very underrated.
So, like, what do? Do you just focus on Patrick Mahomes? Oh wait, no, that's a
Different.
different.
Yeah, I mean, you could try it with a different quarterback, or just, you can't follow him to wherever he goes because he's not going to be good enough. Like,
Well, who says?
well, you don't. You got to invest in that in the summer. Like, he
Yesterday.
probably won't be good enough.
I don't know. I'm feeling a Baker Mayfield comeback.
I get what you're saying. I agree. I'm just saying from a business perspective, you don't
Yeah.
double down on Baker. Like,
Well, they doubled down on Aaron Rodgers, and nobody wants to see that.
anyway, happy 21st birthday, Joel. Let's go. Save your super chats. Go get yourself some super shots.
Yes, get yourself a. You must not be from the U.S. Since you're.
Yeah, maybe he's been drinking since he's been 18. Or he doesn't drink.
Oh,
Or he doesn't drink.
Or he doesn't drink, yeah. Oh, our pizza's here.
But yeah, Minnesota's draft. The worst so far?
Oh, that sucks. I think it's just worse in comparison because they usually draft pretty well.
I disagree. I mean, I think their last 2 picks were big reaches. I didn't like their trade down. It was a little better. I did have to say I missed. You know, I thought they got a 3rd rounder next year, not a 3rd round this year. Which made it a little bit better, but Dane, appreciate the super chat. Glad you're able to catch the stream. Oh, that's right. The Vikings did get Andrew Booth. I did need a reminder on that. Booth was a good pick. That's a good reminder. Yep. I mean, the Jags are in competition for the worst pick, the worst draft right now. Jack Barr, bring Andre back. I'd love to bring Andre back, but that was so frustrating with the tech issues. And my internet is still only giving me 2 out of 3 bars. I think it just wasn't in the cards tonight. If my internet's doing better tomorrow, I might try again. But yeah, that was a bummer that the tech issues were so strong early on. Howell should have stayed another year at this point. Agreed. Come back when things were in better shape for him. And Joel says he's from the UK. Shout out to my UK viewers out there. Thanks, Kale. Yeah, Seahawks could use some corner help, man. Oh, they got Shaq Griffin announcing the pick. Hey, Abraham Lucas. Okay, I like that pick, Seattle. Making up ground a little bit from what they did in the second. Our assistant's grabbing the pizza right now, so we're not going to get the graphic updated on this one, but this is a really good pick for Seattle.
Who is it?
It's Abraham Lucas, tackle out of Washington State. But they had 2 gaping holes at offensive tackle, and they filled them both with good players. Abraham Lucas, this is a great spot for him. I did have him ultimately as a 3rd rounder. Nope, I had him as a 2nd rounder, so this is a good value. Pretty good in pass protection. Excited to see what he can do when he's asked to run block a little bit more. Because Washington State ran a system that didn't really ask him to move forward quite as much as it was backward. But you got to give that an A for the Seahawks. They believe in Geno. Yeah, I mean, it is crazy that they're not taking these quarterbacks at this point. Colts, pull the trigger. Although, you can still get Bernard Raymond here if you're the Colts. Thank you for the super chat, Captain Chaos. What would I think of Nakobe Dean for the Eagles? Yeah, great fit. I mean, I don't know if he'd start right away because you have Keyz White there. Both guys are weak side linebackers. Oh, that looks tasty. Both guys are weak side linebackers. Oh, Jelani Woods off the board. Whoa. All right. So, Jelani Woods is one of the more fascinating tight ends in this class, one of the more fascinating players in this class. This guy's 6'7", 260 pounds, ran a 4.6 40. That's another playmaker for Matt Ryan. You've got a couple good tight ends on this team. I did have him as a 3rd round talent. I like this pick a lot for the Colts. Just continue giving yourself some explosiveness. A.J. Brown's out of the division now. Go try and win it with Matt Ryan. I like this quite a bit. I'm gonna stick with an A grade here for the Colts. I do think he moves very stiff. He's not, when you look at his RAS score, relative athletic score, he's like the most athletic tight end ever. When you watch him, he does move very tight. He's not like this explosive route runner or anything, but he can move for such a preposterously large human. My high-end comp for him is Martellus Bennett. So he's my tight end 3. Falcons picks coming in here, by the way. There we go. Desmond Ridder to the Falcons. It was too good for them not to take him at this point. And, at this point, it is hard to criticize it. You're probably saying goodbye to Bryce Young, but not necessarily for sure saying goodbye to Bryce Young. Ritter's a good football player. He was my number 2 quarterback. So the quarterbacks so far have come off the board in accordance to my rankings. Teams are not so much buying the upside on the back end guys and buying the more win now. Ridder this late in the draft, I will say, is Prescott-esque. He's a really smart player, really athletic guy. If he's good, you got a quarterback that you feel okay about. If he's bad, you can take another quarterback next year. 3rd round pick next year is not going to ruin any, or a 3rd round pick is no commitment. You can move off of him at any moment and not feel bad about it. So I think this is a B pick. The value obviously is too good to pass up for them at this point. But you also might be kissing Bryce Young goodbye. So there's a boon and a boondoggle.
Apologize if I spell anything wrong.
And I don't want you guys to watch me eat this delicious looking piece of cheesy garlic bread. So I'm gonna play some highlights on who have we snubbed a little bit. Who do we not play? I don't think we played the Devin Lloyd highlights. So the Jags just took Muma. They got Lloyd. We have ourselves a trade. Are we going to see this run on quarterbacks here? Texans coming up. They might be putting themselves in a similar situation where maybe they're taking a quarterback, but hey, they can go in a lot of different directions here. A lot of good players still on the board. Beef up that D-line maybe with a Travis Jones here. Christian Harris. Excellent. I believe I actually made this in either one of my mock drafts or my 7, well, it wasn't one of my mock drafts, but it was either in one of my 7 rounders on Patreon or actually on this channel, but I actually said, oops.
I will fix that.
Okay.
Sorry.
But I said that Christian Harris is a uniquely good fit for the Texans because the Texans run a lot of cover 2. They have the Lovie Smith influence there. So with Christian Harris, he's a terrible run defender. I think he plays very soft a lot of times, but he has great speed and really good fluid hips to flip and run vertically. So in cover 2, you need a linebacker that in a lot of ways can move like a safety because you're going to ask them to run that coverage we just saw right there, very similar. A mid-read assignment in cover 2 where you're angling your hips towards the first threat from the inside, and you got to run vertical with that guy. And Christian Harris, like, he could drop 10 pounds and play safety. So it's an excellent scheme fit. I actually think he's a better fit for them than Nakobe Dean, who I think is slower than people realize. It was on the channel. Awesome. Good take, I guess. But yeah, he's an excellent fit. 3rd round's good value for him. I like him a lot there. We're going to go an A for that pick. Are you able to ban that?
Yep.
That spammy crap coming in?
I didn't see it. Sure will.
Man, this Broadway is very good. Shout out to Broadway Pizza.
Have you tried the pizza or just?
I did, yeah. I've had both.
People keep calling for mods. It's literally. I was saying people keep calling for mods. It's literally just me, TFGF, as a mod. So give me a little slack because I'm doing a lot at once. So I will get to it. Thank you so much for letting me know.
Name Not Found said, tell us more about the cheesy bread. It's excellent. It's actually some of the better cheesy bread I've ever had. It's true, Code Blue. It's true.
Somebody says we should do mod applications.
Be fun.
I feel like we don't use YouTube Live enough.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's definitely the thing. We got a lot of mods on Twitch.
Mm-hmm. Someone wants to know a grade for the cheesy bread.
A grade for the cheesy bread? I mean, it's got to be an A. It's got a good toast on it, right amount of garlic. The cheese is delicious. It's got a good marinara sauce. There's nothing to write in the weakness column of this garlic cheesy bread. So I will say, if the Ravens are the team that takes Travis Jones here, my God, what a draft for Baltimore.
Also, not to promote alcoholic beverages, but people want to know what you're drinking tonight.
I'm drinking one of my favorite Minnesota beers, Castle Danger Cream Ale. It's from Two Harbors, which is just north of Duluth. But I have a Castle Danger hat that I wear a lot. And this is, for a while it was my number one, and it probably still is like my go-to, but yeah. Minnesota's got an excellent craft brewery scene. It's up there with like Denver and some other cities that are known for their craft brews.
you think Malik Willis is falling so far?
Well, for one, I think a lot of teams are probably see it similar to the way I see it, where, you know, maybe they want to take a developmental quarterback, which is what he is. You can't really play him right away. He just needs to be entirely coached up. Needs to read defenses, all of it. Like, just as he's got to be coached up. If you put him out there right away, you're going to be really disappointed with what he plays. I'll go back to this in a second, but the Ravens are about to pick. Apparently this Josh Charles guy is an actor. I've never heard of him.
From Minnesota?
No.
Oh.
Baltimore's pick.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just see the purple over there.
They did it. Whoa. Baltimore has made 2 unbelievable picks tonight.
UConn, huh?
Mm-hmm. Travis Jones, I would have been comfortable in the first round. This guy is such a great fit. Whoa. He is powerful. He's quick. He can rush the passer. He's got hammers for hands. He's going to defend the run right away. Oh, man, what a steal for ball. There's no way around it. I mean, I even forgot I had an A+, but that is why we keep the A+. Unbelievable steal for the Baltimore Ravens there. But back to Malik Willis for just a second, because we got a super chat on it. I think a lot of teams are similar to me, where I have been saying in my, like, what I would do mock drafts, like, why take Malik Willis at 10 when Howell and Corral are super similar levels of prospect? I actually have the other 2 guys higher on him, but that's irrelevant. Super tight on the grades on those guys. God, why do they do this?
I know.
Their timing is so bad. I guess it's the commercials, but... And, oh my God, the Colts just took Bernard Raymond. We can keep the A+ out there. What a draft for the Colts, too. Sheesh. A+ is all around. A lot of hype here. All right, well, let's just finish the Malik Willis dialogue, and then we'll get to this Colts pick, but... A lot of teams are probably playing chicken. They're like, let's wait. Why take Malik Willis now? If a guy starts to come off the board, we'll trade up and we'll settle for Corral or Howell. And on top of that, as I've said, there's an opportunity cost when you draft a quarterback. You're investing in that guy and potentially passing on better prospects in a better class next year. So there's only, I don't know, 5 or 6 teams that want to take a backup quarterback in the day 2 of the draft, and there's the chicken and the egg thing, or just the playing chicken, not the chicken and the egg, but just playing chicken. Like, why take Malik Willis if we think there's not a huge difference between Corral and Howell, which I agree with that assessment, even if the media didn't really have that coming in. So I think it's a combination of those 2 things. Okay, but Bernard Raymond to the Colts. I mean, there's probably a lot of Colts fans that were hoping they could get Bernard Raymond. You know, it'd be like a dream if he fell to them in the second. So to get a guy that can start for you at left tackle, probably day 1, that's a huge win for the Colts. I did have a 2nd-round grade on Bernard Raymond. He was my 5th offensive tackle. I mean, that's another A+ pick. The Colts and the Ravens... We speak highly of their front offices for a reason. They do generally very smart stuff. And so the Colts adding him, they get Alec Pierce, Jelani Woods. They're loading up that offense for Matt Ryan to make a run. Hell of a pick. So we got a super chat from Raichu. having Drake London and Kyle Pitts for a QB like Desmond with accuracy issues, who will more than likely start with Marcus Mariota's injury history. Am I crazy? You're saying it's a bad thing? It's definitely an interesting collection of players. Hard to kind of time together. I think the Drake London pick wasn't great. I think Desmond Ridder makes sense. I mean, you can't guarantee that you're going to get a quarterback next year, so they probably had a first-round grade on Desmond Ridder, is my guess. Because I know there's a lot of talk about him, so they're just like, you know what, we got to just take him now. This is too good to pass up. And the Browns have selected Alex Wright out of UAB. Alex Wright kind of got some late draft buzz in the media. Really big guy. He's 6'7". Is he clear 270 pounds? Yep, 272 pounds. So for me, Alex Wright is my 17th edge. I did have a 5th round grade on him. You know, we're getting deeper and deeper in the class to the point where you're more concentrated on scheme fits and that kind of stuff than you are the actual grade. Young player. He's a true junior. Good run defender. Big, strong guy. Productive pass rusher, but at a low level of competition. I was just a little bit underwhelmed with his athletic profile. I don't think he's this incredible athlete. It just doesn't. It's not a pick that excites me. I don't know what truly would if you're a Browns fan. You know, the wide receiver room is who did the Browns go with their first pick? It was not a wide receiver, if my memory serves me right. I think it would have been more fun to grab a receiver. It's just kind of a meh pick. I can read some notes on him, I suppose. Exceptional combination of arm length and size. Loaded lower body. Is defensive tackle-esque, making him really tough to move off the line of scrimmage. Does have a cross-chop move that he likes to go to, but it is hit or miss. Uses length and his arm strength well, particularly as a run defender attacking opposing guards and tackles' chests. Weaknesses: bend around the arc is inaccessible to him with his height and lack of natural bend. Speed and get off as a rusher are just adequate. Needs to find a way to improve his first step and explosiveness out of his stance so that he can unlock more power as a rusher. So he's a project that can defend the run early on. There's worse places he could have gone than Cleveland, though, opposite of Myles Garrett. Irish Potato checking out for the night. Heading to a grad party. Thanks for watching, Irish Potato. Thank you for the super chat. Sky Moore made your night. I bet. That's a great pick for the Chiefs. Also, Oscar, greetings from Mexico. Thank you so much for the super chat. Shout out to all of our international viewers.
So I was wrong. I was thinking UConn really isn't big in the football world, but they've had some.
Yeah, it's a D1 program. But I mean, you weren't wrong to think that.
I think of them more as basketball, but they've had, let's see, Byron Jones. I'm struggling to find somebody else.
Lorenzo Fatukasi.
Yep. Donald Brown. Let's see. Who else?
Yeah, no, they definitely have
not a ton.
They definitely have not had a lot of household talent.
Randall Cobb. Did you know he was from UConn?
He was not. He was from Kentucky.
It says UConn.
Well, that's wrong. Is there a different Randall Cobb?
No. Said he played with the Packers. UConn defeated Kentucky.
Yeah.
Oh. He got beat by UConn.
Got it.
So So that's not even a real thing. Okay, so UConn can stay on my probably not gonna draft list.
Yeah, no, they don't. Oh, Dan Orlovsky was UConn. He's an ESPN analyst and a former backup of Matthew Stafford for about 8 years. Okay, Chargers are up. They got a YouTuber out there? When am I getting the call up? I'm not sure who Fazy
For
Rugg is.
who? The Vikings?
Okay, JT Woods out of Baylor. Okay. JT Woods is a total track star. This dude's tall, 4.3 speed. Pretty much no idea what he's doing out there. He's a risk taker. You always appreciate a safety that will at least kind of gamble and try to make plays. But his tape is littered with blown coverages and missed tackles. Takes really bad. I wouldn't say he takes bad angles, but he lowers his head a lot when he's looking to tackle. And he's really lanky, so his ability to kind of finish arm tackles. But all that said, I did have a 3rd to a 4th round grade on JT Woods. I don't think this is a reach. He, to me, was in a cluster with Kirby Joseph and Brian Cook, Nick Cross. Interesting scheme fit. I think he can be a second high safety for them next to Nasir Adderley, with Derwin maybe playing more in the box a little bit more. Definitely going to be special teamer. I think it's a good pick. I will give that a B for JT Woods. Broncos just took Greg Dulcich out of UCLA. That's another fun pick. So I think 3rd round is a good spot for Greg Dulcich. He was getting some 2nd round talk, which was a little bit rich for me, but he is definitely a separator type. And, you know, I did say the Broncos are tight end 2 is a need for them. And Broncos fans weren't crazy about that because they got Albert O. This is not a replacement for Albert O. You got to realize with the Green Bay staff coming in, they're going to be in 12 personnel a ton, and they need another tight end. They gave up George Fant to Seattle in that trade, so this fills that F tight end, and this is a great spot for Greg Dulcich. I didn't love him in a spot where he was going to have to be more of a Y tight end, where he has to put his hand in the dirt, block guys. No, he's not going to have to do that in Denver. So I think it's an excellent pick, actually. I actually will give this an A. And yes, I have Charlie Kolar ahead of Greg Dulcich, but for that system, I prefer Greg Dulcich. You have to factor in the scheme fit here. And as an F tight end, a guy that can just run crossing routes with Russell Wilson, utilizes run after catch ability, he's a better pick for them than Charlie Kolar. I want Charlie Kolar to go to more of a spread offense that can utilize him out as a slot receiver a lot more. So no problems with that pick at all. The Giants have just taken Cordell Flott. Young player out of LSU, played mostly in the slot. A player I got to later in the draft process, but was impressed. He's got really good instincts from the slot. Giants going to be going to a much more zone-heavy defense. I would only... Actually, I take that back entirely. I forgot they hired... Wink Martindale. So that's interesting. They must think he can run press man a lot more than we really saw from him at LSU. But no problem with the value there. Flott for me was a 4th round guy. Still very surprised Zion McCollum has not been taken yet. But I think it's an all-around solid pick. I think it's fine. I like Cordell Flott. And I'm never going to fault a team for loading up on corner depth. Kobe Dean would have been fun there, but something's going on. Probably medical there with Dean at this point. D'Angelo Malone for the Falcons. Okay. I'm not a fan of this one. Malone's kind of a do-it-all guy. I actually had him as my 27th edge with a 6th round of priority free agent grade. So this is our first mega reach. He was at the Senior Bowl. He's a lanky hybrid edge guy. Honestly, he's about as good as anybody else they have now opposite of Arnold Ebiketie. Can drop into coverage, can do some different stuff. I think at his best, if he hits, he's not a starter. He's a third edge, someone that can defend the run early on and do some different stuff, a little bit of everything. So I do think this is a reach. I can't grade it very well, but they did need edge. He's an athlete. That's about all. I mean, not someone that I would have been rushing to the table to draft there. At that point, like, why not draft Malik Willis? But that's when you get into the opportunity cost we talked about. But it is pretty crazy to me to draft that over. I mean, it's almost being stubborn at this point. I just don't see D'Angelo Malone being much of an impact for them at all.
So, during the commercial break here, it sounds like we've missed a couple super chats.
Okay, I will go back. We got the Irish. I think we just missed this one here. Dean is going to have pec surgery. Okay. That adds up. Team's scared of him being able to get on the field this year. Makes sense. Oh, duh. Thanks, you guys. They just took Desmond Ridder. Yeah. No, that was stupid of me. Thank you. Hard to keep track of everything. I'm still gonna stand by the D. I don't think he was worth that pick. I think there's a lot of different ways you could have gone to improve your team. You could have gotten another tight end in there. Could have gotten another receiver. Corner. Take Zion McCollum. Safety. Linebacker. Like, just go get better players. I feel pretty confident putting it on the line that D'Angelo Malone's not gonna be much of a contributor for them. Maybe it backfires in my face, but I think it's pretty major reach there. What?
Somebody was talking about me being right.
So the Bucks pick the Eagles pick is in. Do you think about Malik Willis here? Man, I know they're kind of in on next year's quarterback class at this point, but a team that values backup quarterbacks, a team that loves maximizing value. This could be Nakobe Dean. It could be Leo Chanel, who's still there.
So people are talking about Chanel. What do you think?
Here for the Eagles? Absolutely. I'm floored that Leo Chanel, a 250-pound linebacker that plays like a maniac, runs in the 4.5s, that is still here, whose tape was really good. You know, I think Leo Chanel is a better player than Quay Walker, who they took, the Packers took 22nd. They got Kelsey coming out. Is that Kelsey? I think it is. All right, Eagles, what are they going to do? I would not be the least bit surprised if they go Willis here. Another interesting pick would be if the Steelers are up next, if they took Willis and did the whole RG3 Kirk Cousins thing.
Yeah.
And just hope one of them works out. Someone said Dean is not having surgery, so there's some mixed reports there.
Well, he needs to, but sounds like he doesn't want to.
Okay. Well, there you go. Nakobe Dean to the Eagles. I mean, him in the middle of the third round is awesome. At a point in time, some people thought this was a top 10 player. Now, I thought he was a third-round guy. He's really good at blitzing. He's got a lot of athletic juice. He's not as fast as people think he is. He would have ran in probably the 4.6s or so. But really smart player. And I don't think maybe he'll start year one. Maybe he'll beat out Kaiser White. Maybe he needs to have surgery. I don't know. I think if you play him and Kaiser White together, teams are going to run down your throats. I don't think you can do that. But hey, he's got Jordan Davis. You know, it doesn't get any luckier than that to play your college career with Jordan Davis clearing rush lanes for you to just basically have free lanes to run after guys at Georgia, and then you go follow him to the NFL where you're going to get the same thing. So that's nice. But yeah, I mean, this is an A pick for the Eagles to get him this late. They need linebackers. They never invest in first-round linebackers, but they may have just gotten someone with the potential to play up to that in the third. Derek says, what do you think about the Eagles' picks in general so far? They're having a great draft. I mean, Jordan Davis. Can't even remember what they did in the second. It's all blur. Yeah, I don't have that in front of me. They rattle off like 3 picks in a row and you forget what they did. Did they take a receiver or a tight end? Or? Oh, they took Cam Jurgens. Yeah, I like the Cam Jurgens pick. Plan for the future on the O-line. Howie's been one of the better GMs in the NFL basically since they passed on Justin Jefferson's. And I wasn't crazy about the Jalen Hurts pick either, but he's outplayed that of a second-round quarterback. Why is Zion McCollum falling? I think I was just wrong. I don't know. I mean, it's a fall for me, but there were not a lot of people that thought he was a second-round player. I still will be surprised if he isn't drafted tonight, but he's a small school guy. So we'll see what the Steelers do here, but man, if they could still get Malik Willis, I would not be stunned if they did it. DeMarvin Leal, Texas A&M. Okay. Getting towards the end of the third round here. I'm okay with DeMarvin Leal here. I had him as a 4th-round guy. Very much fits their system. I will not be surprised if he turns into a really good Pittsburgh Steeler. He's definitely a player that needs to go to a spot that can work on his game. And more than that, find the right fit. He definitely, to me, is a 3-4 defensive end. He's one of these kind of tweener types. But the Steelers have a role for that. So he'll be a part of a rotation early on. Surprised if he gets a ton of playing time early on, but I think he can really develop well there. Maybe put on about 10 pounds. He has a good raw ability to shed blocks. He's got some quickness as a rusher. He didn't really have a home as far as how he was used. They couldn't really figure it out because he doesn't have the speed and bend around the edge to play edge. So I think he'll turn into a good player. It just might take a little bit of time for him to get there, but overall, I think a good pick. Okay, Patriots in the 3rd round. You gotta take Leo Chanel here, or I just don't get it. I mean, if Leo Chanel doesn't go here, he has to have some kind of a medical deal that we're just not aware of, because him to New England is too perfect. I mean, if he falls to Miami at the end of the 3rd round here, you're popping champagne down there. Marcus Jones. Whoa! I did not see that coming. Do I think the Eagles could get Charlie Kolar in the 4th? Absolutely. Be a heck of a pick. I made that in my what I would do mock draft was Charlie Kolar to the Eagles. I'd love that. Also from Joker, thank you. McCollum, Booker, Malcolm Rodriguez, Chanel, all for the Raiders. Yeah, all those would be good picks. I think a little early for Booker in my mind. But yeah, I could see either of those linebackers. Definitely Zion McCollum would be fun. Okay, but Patriots take a 5'8" cornerback here. He's got to play in the slot. I don't think he can hold up on the outside, but he is a very fun player. All right, you need to put Ryan Ritchie in timeout. And Joel.
Sure.
No spoilers, guys. We do not appreciate that. Thank you for spoiling the chat. Yeah. Marcus Jones is 5'8", but he's, to me, if he was in a real, like, full-size NFL cornerback body, probably would have been a first-round pick. He's hyper-competitive, really, really, like, good ball skills, just the classic, like, he's a football player. Like, that applies to Marcus Jones. One of the more fun highlight reels in this class, but at his size, he can't hold up with bigger body guys down the sideline, and it's going to keep him inside the slot, but that's fine. You're in the 3rd round. I actually compared him to K'Wan Williams, who's a heck of a corner in the NFL, and they need cornerback depth. I think it's a good pick. I'll keep the B up there. It's not some crazy steal, but I had Marcus Jones as a 3rd to a 4th round pick, my cornerback 12, so definitely solid value. I can't believe they didn't take Zion McCollum, personally, but he can return kicks for you as well. I think Belichick probably watched this guy and was like, I just got to get him in my locker room. This guy just loves football too much for me to not have him in our locker room. So if the Packers come up, maybe Tolbert, I would not trade up for Jalen Tolbert. No, I don't think he's an upgrade to Sammy Watkins.
So, who do you think has the coolest name in the draft so far? We've seen a lot of, not to say generic, because no name is generic, but I feel like this year there's been less fun names. What do you think?
Sky Moore.
Yeah.
No?
Sky's pretty common, I think.
Okay. Well, Chigoziem Okonkwo hasn't come off the board yet.
Mm-hmm.
Charles Cross is a great name.
That is a great name.
Zion Johnson's one of my... I just like Zion as a name.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. There's not too many fun ones this year.
No, I'm looking through this. Like Jordan Davis, Travis Jones.
Yeah.
It's a good call. Yeah, I mean, last year definitely had some better names. George Karlaftis, to me, it's a good name.
Oh, I like that one.
I like Kayvon Thibodeau. I think that's badass.
Yes, I like that a lot.
Nick Bonito is fun.
Okay.
The Edge group has some good names.
Yes.
Yeah, linebacker, Devin Lloyd, Leo Chanel, Chad Muma, Nakobe Dean, Troy Anderson, Quay Walker, Christian Harris. Like, straight down the board, very basic names. I mean, Sauce Gardner.
That's true.
Yeah, but that's not his name. That's just his
Right.
nickname. Yeah, there's a player in this class called Smoke Monday.
I love that.
Yeah, Drake London's a good name. Definitely a good name.
Oh, Aboye Mafe was good. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so we got the surprise factor spoiled by you guys ruining it in the chat, so thanks to you guys, but Malik Willis off the board. We've been waiting to find out. This is incredible for the Titans. This is one of those dream spots for Malik Willis. Obviously, you're pissed that you did not go in the first round. You lost a lot of money by not going earlier, so that's obviously unfortunate. But if you want to talk about him going to a place where he can develop and have the best NFL career, this is it. Sit for 2 years. Give Tennessee time to get Traylon Burks up to speed after they traded away A.J. Brown. You sit and you learn behind Ryan Tannehill probably for 2 years, but a system that really will do a good job keeping the structure of the offense easy for him, but on top of that, leaning into his strengths, using his mobility off of play action, taking deep shots. I will not be surprised if they kind of mix in some packages for him to just see some playing time. And Tennessee probably not walking out of here with the draft that they expected. A team that's been in the playoffs, won some playoff games, kind of been on the precipice. But I think they're setting up better. They didn't get it done last year. The Julio Jones trade didn't work out. Caleb Farley wasn't able to stay healthy. And I think the Titans are doing a very smart thing here and saying, we're going to take one step back to take 2 steps forward. So obviously this is I think an A+, and feels good to get. I did not expect coming into the draft that I'd be giving the Malik Willis draft pick an A+, but this far down the board, it is well worth the upside. And they just showed an image of them. They're like, I can't believe it. They probably were thinking about him at 26. Because they know Ryan Tannehill just isn't going to get them a ring.
I said speak for yourself.
Oh, you want to go put a bet on the Titans with Ryan Tannehill? Mm-hmm. All right. Did the Raiders trade down? Yeah, I think the Raiders moved down.
Yeah, a couple picks.
Cardinals are coming up. So the Cardinals have gone all playmakers for...
Raiders went down to 90.
Okay. Cardinals have gone 100% playmakers for Kyler Murray. Marquise Brown, Trey McBride. Up again here. Good night, David. Thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow. Getting tired. We're getting there. We got about 16, 17 picks left.
Not good.
Cameron Thomas. Okay. I don't really understand this. Someone that reminded me of Cam Thomas when I watched him was actually Zach Allen. I think Zach Allen was a better prospect. I don't like this. The Cardinals need impact on the edge, and I guess they get a guy that's good now, but you're getting a rotational guy. He's a hard-working run defender. He's a useful player, but Cam Thomas with J.J. Watt is ideal for him. See, I disagree. J.J. Watt has athletic freakiness to him. Cam Thomas is basically not an NFL athlete. He's not. His testing was horrible, and he does not move well on tape.
You all know who also isn't an NFL athlete?
This guy. Not going to hide from that. But, yeah, I mean, he can rotate. He can defend the run a little bit, and he'll probably, if he started a whole season, he'd get you 25 pressures and maybe 3 sacks, but I don't like that pick. Technically fills a need, but Jalen Tolbert for the Cowboys. Okay. That's a good pick. Excellent value. 3rd round. It's about where I had Jalen Tolbert. And my comparison for Jalen Tolbert is one of the most clear-cut comparisons in this entire draft. It's to James Jones, former Green Bay Packer. If you look up his athletic profile, just size, speed, you name it, it is a spitting image. He's not a great athlete. I don't think he's going to separate at a high level in the NFL. But how many times on this channel have we talked about the Dallas Cowboys needing kind of guys that can win tough catches for Dak? It didn't work out with Amari Cooper. Amari Cooper was not a ball winner. And they almost decided that in a lot of ways Michael Gallup is better for Dak than Tolbert, because Dak on 3rd downs, he likes to put it up. Like it or love it, that's his style. So you give him Gallup, you have James Washington in the building. You give him now Jalen Tolbert, who is a ball winner. It's an excellent fit. I think he'll compete with James Washington. I think James Washington's probably better for you this year, but I don't know if you're going to keep him around forever. So it is, I'm just going to say a B. I don't know if, I don't love Jalen Tolbert as a player quite enough to be like, it's on my screen. It's okay. Oh, stop. Try now. Yeah, you also have Simi Fehoko on the team to compete. Thomas Howard, that's a good call. I like Simi, but hasn't really proven anything. Kyle Brandt's out to announce this pick. Is he a Bills fan? He must be. Or he's just here to fire everybody up. I don't know. Yeah, what's...
It just doesn't want to...
Let me drive. Let's,
It doesn't want to type down there. I know, those are all just...
Those are all fake.
Yeah.
So if we just get rid of those and then try, it's probably...
Oh, it's probably hiding it.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. That's what keeps happening. It's gonna do it again.
So what's... Can you hit Control Z?
You will respond. I'll keep working on it.
That's weird.
I know. I'll keep working on it. I'll figure it out. Don't worry.
Okay.
Just apologize.
Terrell Bernard to the Buffalo Bills. So that's about right. Bernard's a good player. He's a little bit further down the board. I had him at LB 15, 5th to a 7th, but a lot of linebackers have been drafted to this point. I mean, the only other players available that I have graded better are Malcolm Rodriguez, Brandon Smith, who's a total project, and Channing Tindall and Damone Clark, who has a lot of injury questions. So he's like a high impact guy. He's incredibly smart. He's definitely the type of player the Bills like in that defense. They really love high football IQ guys. Communicate a lot of different zones, and it just seems to be the type that they like. And he's one of the smarter linebackers in this class. You can just see he processes at a very high level. There's no wasted movement. There's no waiting. I could see him being worth this pick. And he'll be a weak side linebacker for them in base packages, which is a great situation for him because they have two linebackers there, but he's also going to be a great special teamer for them. And they probably felt like they just needed some better linebacker depth. I mean, they're in a position for the Bills now. It's like, let's just pick guys that are going to make this team because their roster is stupid loaded. So they probably looked like, where is anybody on this draft even going to make our team? And backup linebacker must have been their pick. So I can't fault them for that. Although, yeah, Leo Chanel is still there, which is, I can't explain it. I don't know why he's fallen, but for that reason, I can't give it an A. But I will give that a B. Still struggling?
Just work with me. Just tell them I apologize.
No, that's okay. I think we're very forgiving. The graphics is just being weird. I don't even know what's...
I don't know, I'm just going back and trying to get back to the last.
To the point where it worked. Yeah. All right, the Raiders' first pick of the draft coming in.
90.
Yeah. Could this be Andrew Daniel Falele? Massive offensive tackle. Was my prediction for them at this pick. They're gonna draw this out because the I bet they were really bummed that they put the draft in Las Vegas and then they traded away their first and second round picks. But Dylan Parham, hell of a pick for the Raiders. Wow. Probably one of the better players available on my board at this point. He's super athletic, really tough, smart interior offensive lineman. Just as far as his mental makeup and the way that, you know, you want an offensive lineman. Memphis?
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah.
It just made me laugh.
I'm trying really hard.
He's from Memphis. Yeah. I projected him more as a wide zone fit, but he is strong enough to play any system. I wouldn't be surprised if they see him as a center. I know they have the guy that Gruden really invested in there, but I think he'd be an upgrade to... Let's... Who am I talking about here? Andre James. But yeah, the interior offensive line there is definitely a weakness. You have Denzel Good, John Simpson's fine, Andre James, Jermaine Illuminor, Alex Leatherwood. We'll see what they end up playing him at. But yeah, Memphis, Dylan Parham. What, is the chat making you laugh?
I'm sorry, chat, and I can't even change it now.
From Memphis.
It's too late.
But yeah, you needed offensive line help. I had been projecting them to go O-line with that pick, and I would give this an A personally. Because the rest of the roster is in pretty good shape, I would say. But they needed at least one guy on that O-line. Okay, we're going to play some Leo Chanel highlights in honor of him still being there and me wanting to eat a piece of pizza. Thank you for the super chat, Joker. Gruden and Mayock, this is how you draft. Hey, the mid rounds were never a problem for the Raiders with under those guys. It was the early rounds. But you pawned off your issues to us to Green Bay by giving us your first round pick. And we just overdrafted a second rounder. I'm a fan of this, by the way. The Mountain Dew Spark. It's like a raspberry lemonade. It's good stuff. Yep, Bucks are up. So if you're the Bucks here, do you think about a quarterback? You've filled kind of your two big needs. Although I would run the Zion McCollum pick up to the podium immediately. Gives you a great developmental corner. But do you think about Corral or Howell here? Panthers are closing in on a trade for Baker Mayfield. All right, there we go. Okay, Bucks pick is coming in. Rachaad White out of Arizona State. Wow. I don't think the Bucks have had some incredible draft. I think they're just kind of hitting doubles, if you will. They're making okay picks, but nothing unreal. So Rachaad White's a excellent running back. He didn't quite make my top 10, but I don't think I made it clear enough how tight the gap was between even like Zamir White and Pierre Strong, who were RB3 and 4, and Rachaad White, who was 10 guys down the board. There's so many guys in this class that was just a different flavor, a different blend. Maybe I preferred a certain style, and other guys totally get having Rachaad White come in there. You have Leonard Fournette there. Personally, I think you could have waited at running back. If you could have taken a Zion McCollum, or I mean, they still have the kid out of Oklahoma. Oklahoma has not been drafted. The pass rusher, Fedarian Mathis. I don't know if you had to take a running back there. I think this pick is just fine. I think Rachaad White's very talented, can be a good back for them. But if I'm a Bucks fan, yeah, like why now? Like grab a better player now, get a running back later. Packers pick coming in, Sean Ryan out of UCLA. Okay. Ryan's an interesting player. I think this is a good pick for them. He played tackle at UCLA, but this guy's very clearly a guard for me. This is the type of offensive tackle that they really value, and that's what it was a good pick. Oh, roll out the barrels. It's been a good night for the Packers. It's been a very good night. I thought you were doing bear down.
That's how old this team is, maybe.
And we're copyrighted. No. Yeah, Sean Ryan, excellent value, honestly. I had him ultimately as a guard on my board because I don't think he's going to be able to play tackle at the next levels. Foot speed's really bad. But third round value for me from Sean Ryan, so get him at the end of the third. That's a great pick. Offensive line was probably their biggest remaining need. And the type that they like, someone that can play tackle in a pinch, but a guard as well. Niners just made a shocking selection there. Whoa. What are the Niners draft? It's just so weird. But with Sean Ryan, the thing I really like about this pick, honestly, is he's probably a guard, which means, and they haven't drafted a tackle early. And that was part of my fear with this team, was that they would not admit that Elton Jenkins, to move him out to tackle after how he played after David Bakhtiari played last year, that need at tackle to me was very overrated for the Packers if they were willing to admit that Elgton Jenkins is a tackle. So it's still a little bit unclear. You know, they might think Sean Ryan's a tackle. It's what he played at UCLA. They haven't really publicly declared that Elgton Jenkins is a tackle. But I think Sean Ryan as a guard is a really good value in the third round. So good night for the Green Bay Packers. Kind of filling their two needs. And then with the Niners here, they take Tyron Davis-Price out of LSU. That's extremely head-scratching to me. You have running backs. You have Elijah Mitchell. You have JaMychal Hasty. There's, frankly, a lot better running backs on the clock than Ty Davis-Price. I think Price is talented. The Panthers just traded up, by the way. This is probably a quarterback, which is pretty crazy. We've been talking about this tonight, but Ty Davis-Price was, for me, running back number 18 with a 5th to a 6th round grade. So, again, the gap for him between the guys at the top of my board is thin, but, man, to take him over Zamir White, even Isaiah Spiller, who I'm not high on, although I will say that's looking like a win for me. Isaiah Spiller was a not my guy after he was a 2nd-round pick on the consensus board. But Tyler Algier, you got Jerome Ford. I think this pick is a 3rd-round F for the Niners. I do not get it at all. They drafted in the 3rd round last year. They drafted at Ohio State. They drafted Trey Sermon. I do not understand that one bit. But the Panthers just moved up.
So what's the move for Baker right now?
It's still either Seattle or Carolina. Someone said earlier that the Panthers are working out a trade for Baker.
Right.
So if that's true, this might not be for a quarterback.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
And even if they draft a quarterback, they could still go trade for Baker. Because the quarterback they're drafting here isn't going to start. Mm-hmm. So you could do both, and it'd actually be a pretty good process. You get him, Darnold, and the guy you draft. That's actually 3 pretty good darts to have. Figure out later who your better quarterback is, but there's.
I don't know. Do you want to be in that position
With 3 quarterbacks?
Baker, Darnold, and
Yeah, I would.
yeah, over picking somebody who might suit your team better that's not a quarterback?
Well, yeah, I mean, in the 3rd round, it's...
Yeah, I guess we're in the 3rd round.
You're not really drafting day 1 starters anywhere.
Sure.
There's
Yeah.
a couple players probably, but the Panthers have a pretty talented roster, actually.
That's true.
So, like, I would not have a problem if they took a quarterback, but you could go with a Zion McCollum would be a great pick. There's a lot of good players that can compete for starting roles within the next couple of years. Mm-hmm. So, I think a tight end would be a good pick for them too. They don't have a good tight end room, so maybe Charlie Kolar here, Jake Ferguson, Cade Otton. Get some more playmakers in there. There's a lot of directions they could go.
All right, long hair man again.
Trevor, that you? I think that's a woman.
Oh, excuse me.
There it is. Matt Corral. All right. That's exciting for Panthers fans. I mean, you take a guy, I think most Panthers fans would agree they'd rather take, if you're talking about the 6th overall pick and they were maybe going to take Kenny Pickett, you'd probably rather just roll the dice on Matt Corral and just hope he's good. But excellent pick for the Panthers. You got to give this an A for them, even an A+, honestly. I like the idea for the Panthers of bringing in just options. We'll see if they do Baker or not. That I think they could very well get 3 quarterbacks in the building. We've seen teams do that a lot. So you'll have at least right now you'll have a competition between him and Darnold, which is not ideal. I think that's why you talk about getting Baker in, because this guy with experience actually playing at a good level. But this kind of speaks for itself. This is a guy that could have gone in the first round, most important position in all of sports. I mean, you gotta keep throwing darts until you figure it out. And I think this class is going to be unique in that you're getting some guys with talent falling here for some of the reasons we've discussed already. I firmly believe that we've now seen Willis go to a good spot. We've seen Corral go to a good spot. I don't even hate the Desmond Ridder pick for the Falcons. We've seen 3 of these guys go to good landing spots. I think we're going to get, a Matt Ryan or a franchise quarterback, a Kirk Cousins, a Dak Prescott, someone that comes out of this as a starting quarterback someday. And even like Matt Corral and Willis have a lot more upside than those guys we just talked about when you talk about athletic ability and arm strength. But yeah, Corral and Howell definitely got to be kind of questioning why they came out with another year of eligibility. Like, they're not only losing a lot of money, but
do you think they would have fared anywhere better in next year's draft?
If they played better, yeah, I do.
If they played better.
Yeah, and I think they would have. They both had pretty rough years.
But if they didn't, they'd be in a worse position for next year.
Well, yeah. It's about as... Yeah, it could have been a little bit worse, I guess.
I mean, yeah, I guess
it's about as low as it's gotten for them. Because that draft, especially for quarterbacks, that draft position really sticks with you. Like, Trubisky got another chance because he was a first-round pick. If these guys go and play like Mitch Trubisky did for a couple of years, they're not going to go get another contract, another opportunity.
Oh, put on the Teddy cam. It's a Bengals selection.
Bengals are up, Teddy.
We'll at least turn it towards the Teddy cam.
Oh,
wants to see his butt.
Zach Carter. Okay. I'm not a Zachary Carter guy. He kind of fills that Larry Ogunjobi void as a pass rushing interior guy. I just was really underwhelmed by him. I actually have Zach Carter as... Do I have him as an edge guy? Yeah, he's actually not even a draftable player for me, in my opinion. I have him as a priority free agent grade. Let's read a little bit on Zach Carter here. Has excellent size and solid play strength to defend the run, but only from the edge. Has above average get off and pop in his hands to generate power from the bull rush. Offers a versatile skill set as a DN for 3-4 multiple fronts or as a pass rushing interior guy for 4-3 fronts. Entirely one-dimensional as a rusher, offers nothing other than his bull rush, and his opponents know it. Is a complete tweener. Will need to find a unique scheme that can utilize his hybrid skill set to find success in the NFL. Aww. You're adorable. We'll keep the A+ for you. But yeah, I would give this a D for the Bengals. I am not a fan of Zachary Carter, especially in the third round. But we get to turn around with a great pick here for the Colts. Nick Cross. This dude's a freak, man. For the Madden fans out there, Nick Cross wouldn't make it out of the first round in a Madden rookie draft. 6 foot, 215 pounds, fast, ultra athletic guy, can play any safety position. Just, while we're sticking with the Madden analogy here, would have like 55 awareness. Like, he just is not ready to play right now. But on the Colts, man, this guy's going to be a baller of a special teamer immediately. This is exactly the type of safety they value, and I think can be a starter for them in 2 years. Very similar to me to Khari Willis. He's a better athlete than Khari Willis, but Yeah, man, that's a great pick for the Colts. I had a true third round grade on Nick Cross because of that upside. And to get him at this point is, to me, an A pick for the Colts. What?
Somebody says nobody tell her about Burrow.
She knows about Burrow by
We
now,
are
guys.
big Burrow fans.
We are.
We just think Andy Dalton is the sexiest quarterback in the league in this house.
Yeah, we definitely think that. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 picks left. And it's 10 o'clock. These drafts have, I feel like they're going a little faster than last year. Mm-hmm. Just a little bit. Like a half hour, 45 minutes quicker. I appreciate that. The Colts gave up a 2023 third to go make that pick. Wow. That's surprising. But I don't think they'll regret it. I think they probably view him as their third round pick next year because they have 2 safeties now. But Kari Willis is probably coming up. They probably don't want to pay Kari Willis. I would almost bet. Let's see. I mean, I like that process for them. If they think that's a really important position, but they don't want to pay Kari Willis, they think he can be a star safety for them, but yeah, Kari Willis is in the last year of his contract, so they probably view him as they're like, well, in our mind, after a year of development in our system, Nick Cross would be like a second-round talent next year. So let's take him now. He's 20 years old. Let's take him now. Sure, you miss out on 1 rookie year of his contract, but who ended up getting the third-round pick? Isaac says, can you imagine if Ojabo got paired with Hutchinson? God, that'd be incredible. Just reunite him. That'd be super fun. But speaking of Detroit, they're on the clock. Sam Howell is still available. It wouldn't stun me if they pulled the trigger there. Or even pull the trigger on like a Carson Strong. I don't know. But this roster's filled out really nicely for Detroit. Their attention will now be on finding their quarterback. They've definitely filled out this team. I think a Zion McCollum here would be a slam dunk pick for them. Kirby Joseph. I can get behind that. So these safeties are kind of all going. We're running out of... It's a very, very thin safety class. Now, my top 9 safeties are all off the board. So we didn't really have any crazy reaches there. If you need a safety now, you're kind of SOL. It's a big reason... Bless you. It's a big reason I like Quentin Lake. Dane Belton's interesting, Verone McKinley, but Joseph was the last safety that I felt like was a day 2 player. And the Lions have a couple of veterans there, but nobody that truly stands out. I don't know if Kirby Joseph will ever be a better player than the 2 guys they have right there, but he could be. He's a really quick athlete. He doesn't really have long speed, but he's got long arms. So He's good in man coverage on like tight ends and linebackers is kind of his specialty. I'd like to see him kind of improve his his anticipation from high safety to make more plays from a deep alignment, but he's definitely a good pick for Detroit there. I think that one's more of a B pick for me. I think I got more excited about Nick Cross and his upside going to Indianapolis. Chase Young is going to announce Washington's pick here. Brian Robinson. I had running back as a quiet need for Washington. I think there's been a strangely large amount of media-driven hype on Antonio Gibson, in my opinion. A lot of it's fantasy football related. He's got some really exciting highlights. But when you really are watching Antonio Gibson run for run, there's a lot of frustrating moments in there. You can see that this guy hasn't been playing running back a ton in his career. His vision is not very good. And he obviously has a lot of talent, but Brian Robinson is a real... I don't want to like just trash Antonio Gibson. I think he's really talented, but Brian Robinson, he's a full-on running back, man. He's got full size. He takes on contact. He's got good vision. He has underrated acceleration into the second level. And sure, I've got a couple running backs ahead of him, but I did have him as a fourth, fifth round guy. Gets picked end of the third round, no problems with it. And I'll stick with a B grade here for Brian Robinson. I think he gives them a power running element that they really haven't had there since... Who's the undrafted back for them? I can't think of his name right now. He spent some years in Dallas. Really like stocky guy. You guys, chat's gonna have to help me out. I think his name started with an A. Alfred Morris. That's what it is. Yeah, he gives them a power element that they haven't had since Alfred. Thanks for the super chat, Joel. Maybe Howell to the Vikings. Vikings pick. I don't see them on the ticker coming up. What about Howell to the Miami Dolphins, you guys? Is that hot takey? I mean, the UNC ran more RPOs than pretty much anyone in college football last year, so he'll fit right in. The Browns took David Bell. Have fun with that. I'll wait for the thing to come up. I don't understand this pick. He, especially in this system. David Bell, to me, is not an NFL receiver. He's a fun college player who could get by with 4.7 speed. But, I mean, they have David Bell at home in Rashad Higgins. They've done this, technician of a receiver who's got good hands, but just can't separate. They've done this experiment for the last 4 years with Rashad Higgins, and I'm honestly stunned that they just took David Bell. He's got quick feet. You know who he is he's in Keel Harry. That's exactly who David Bell is. I will be pretty surprised if he succeeds in their system. I will just say that. He just does not have NFL speed. I think he's been one of the more overrated players in this pre-draft process. So we got a couple super chats from Jagger. Thank you so much for the super chat. How much scouting do you do on D2 players? It's not so much about what division they played in. It's more just I really just do. This year I did all the combine guys, which was about 330 players, 320 players. And then I go through some of the consensus boards and I try to find some guys that maybe were draftable players that were not combine guys to make sure I'm not missing anyone. So I guess I do as many D2 players as they make themselves openly in sight, I suppose. So the Cardinals just took Myjai Sanders, and he's a much better player to me than the other edge that they took. Myjai Sanders out of Cincinnati, to me, fits their system a lot better than Cameron Thomas. And I do wonder if maybe they're going to have Thomas add a little weight and be more of a defensive end for them, which would be interesting because he's just not a good athlete. So I wouldn't be surprised if Cam Thomas added 20 pounds and became a good defensive end. I guess I hadn't really thought of that. It's just not working?
It's just not.
Okay. But Myjai, at this point in the draft, is an excellent value. He was probably most certainly the best edge player available at this point. Yeah, he's my best player available, best edge player available at this point. And I like how he fits in there as just someone that can contribute right away. They're going to have to figure out this edge group. They invested so much in playmakers for Kyler Murray earlier in this draft in a really good edge group. So they are putting themselves in a tough spot. They lost Chandler Jones, J.J. Watt. Man, it's hard to imagine them getting a full season from him at this point. You have Marcus Golden, who's fine. You draft Cameron Thomas, who I don't think can rush the passer. And now you have Myjai Sanders, who's can do a little bit of everything. He's very light. He's very quick. He's just a very... The thing that stands out to you about Myjai Sanders is how balanced he is, like physically balanced. When he gets pushed, he's able to redirect and reset very quickly. He just kind of navigates the blocks very well. He's a unique player to watch, and I'm trying to explain how he plays, but he's constantly working his way to the quarterback. He finds ways to contribute as a run defender. Even though he's undersized, he's not a bad run defender. So I don't think he has a ton of ways to dominate as a pass rusher in the NFL because he's not overly athletic. He does not really have power. But I think he's a better player than Cam Thomas, and will probably contribute. He'll probably play about 400 or 500 valuable snaps for them. So I do like that pick for the Cards. EM Baller says Mike McDaniel's not running as much RPO. That's fair. I was more so making a joke. I realize Miami's gonna get away from the RPO stuff. Although I'm sure they'll still implement a good amount of it because that's what Tua is really comfortable with. But then Dan just comes in with a super chat. Nice little emote. How's it going, Dan? Thank you for the super chat. So the New York Jets are up. They've had a really good draft to this point. Gave up a couple of those mid-round picks to come up and get Jermaine Johnson. Man, if they stole Leo Chenal here for the Jets, look out. I think they could probably go offensive lineman. I feel like there's some tackles still hanging out here. Max Mitchell's still available. Zach Tom is still available. Daniel Falele is still available. There are definitely some tackles here that I would be thinking about for them. Thanks for the super chat, Jakin. Do I think the Raiders try to find an Abrams replacement in the 4th? I don't think there's a safety in this class that's an Abrams replacement that's worth a 4th round pick. That's the problem. I think this safety class is very thin. I think if they wanted to go that route, they should have drafted like a Kirby Joseph. Jeremy Ruckert for the Jets. So another tight end. Ruckert is a good fit for them. Excellent blocker, one of the better blocking tight ends in this class. Underutilized as a tight end at Ohio State. I don't think he's the best pick they could have made, but I have this massive cluster of third to fourth round tight ends. Daniel Bellinger, Cade Otton, Chigo Okonkwo, Jake Ferguson. Charlie Kolar is my dude, but I understand them not going Charlie Kolar. He's a unique fit for a spread style offense. He does not fit their offense. In the same way we said about Denver not taking him. So again, I'm not going to fault them for passing on Charlie Kolar because he's not a blocking tight end. But Ruckert, I think fits very well. I think he's a better player than the two. Well, I'm not going to say he's better than. Sorry, they just showed a nice highlight of him making a one-hand catch. I got distracted. Uzomah. They got Uzomah. He's not better than him, but they signed the guy from Minnesota just to make sure they had a tight end. I think Ruckert's better than that. I have no problems with this. For a team that wants to play a lot of 12 personnel, I think Ruckert's a good fit. Thanks for the super chat. Who won day 2, in my opinion? The Baltimore Ravens are the first team that come to my mind. You get David Ojabo and frickin' Travis Jones. Are you serious? Like, that's unbelievable for the Ravens. Call me a homer. I think Green Bay had a really good second night. Indianapolis Colts made some really good picks, put themselves in a good position. The Titans getting Malik Willis is a fantastic pick. But we will definitely, after tomorrow's stream, which is this our final pick of the night? No, we got 3 more.
105.
Okay. But yeah, I'll be back here tomorrow, hopefully without the technical difficulties. I'll be back here tomorrow on my own. Won't have our lovely assistant here. Maybe I can recruit someone to help with the graphics, but yeah, it's going to be another great stream tomorrow. And after that, we'll be doing full draft grades for every team via division. Be cranking them out. And then we are off to Boston, my lady. Channing Tindall instead of Leo Chanel. Something has got to be going on with Chanel off the field. It's a good pick. I just don't understand what's going on with Leo Chanel. But yeah, I think Tindall, other than Chanel, is probably him and Malcolm Rodriguez, right? Pretty close to each other. Brandon Smith. It's a good pick. I'm going to give this a B. He does definitely give them some upside at the linebacker position. I love what he does as a blitzer. He can come off the edge. Everything they do in that kind of hybrid system, it definitely syncs up with Channing Tindall. So I have no complaints about this pick. I don't think it's some mega steal. I think that's about where he should have gone. And again, with Leo Chanel, what's going on there? Okay, Chiefs are coming in. The Chiefs have had a fantastic draft. I don't think it really matters what the Chiefs do at this point. I think the Chiefs have put themselves right back in position in that incredible AFC West.
What are you going to do without me for the graphics tomorrow?
Teddy, are you going to do the graphics tomorrow?
Huh?
Maybe we can recruit comp keys or something. Okay, Chiefs pick. Oh my freaking goodness.
Why?
What?
I know.
I'm rich. You about to be poor. I'm rich. You about to be poor. I'm rich.
Oh, man. They don't even need him. But why not? What? That's crazy. Leo Chanel to the Kansas City Chiefs. So, like, they have two linebackers, but I think Chanel can be... I mean, they have two really good linebackers, but, God, they ran out of needs, and this guy was just too good to pass up. He will dominate special teams. He will scratch and claw until he wins a starting job. I think he has a good chance to eventually probably beat out Willie Gay. Willie Gay has come along slowly for them. But, man, this is just... You don't draft for need in the third round. You take good players, and that's what they just did here. For me, Leo Chanel could have gone in the first round. I wouldn't have batted an eye. I don't know if there's some medical concern with him or what, but talking about a 250-pound linebacker that runs 4.5, can blitz better than pretty much anyone. Young player that is going to learn a lot in coverage at the next level. That's an A-plus pick. I would say that's comparable to them getting Trey Smith last year, where they had a lot of bodies on that O-line, but Trey Smith was just falling for some weird reason, so you take him. All right, now, the final pick of the night.
No.
The second to final pick of the night. This is the first pick for the Rams.
Yeah, I was going to say that. I haven't put them up yet.
They've got some options.
Who do you think?
Before looking, I'll guess Alec Lindstrom out of
Okay.
Boston College.
Is that just because you have Boston on the mind?
How about Jamari Sawyer out of Georgia? I'll revert. I'll change that. Okay, I was close. They went O-line. Logan Bruce, someone I got to late in the process, but a good football player. Totally fits. I mean, this is...
Johnson player.
Yeah, he didn't even have to change anything. This is them remembering them take David Edwards, who played tackle at Wisconsin, but didn't really move well enough to play tackle in the NFL. And they move him into guard, and he's been a high-end starter for them, or at least a quality starter for them. Someone that probably didn't get a lot of buzz, but Logan Bruce was, for me, my 15th offensive guard. Did have a 5th-round grade, but a lot of these guys have gone a little earlier than I expected, so you knew they had to take an offensive lineman. I mean, hell, they were laughing about it after the first night when Cole Strange got taken. They were like, we thought maybe we could get Cole Strange in the 3rd round, but, you know, they probably had to go down their board a little bit, but, man, that offensive line needed some help. Bruce is a good player. He'll be a guard for them, which is where I like him, and that's not an A-plus pick, but I can get behind this pick for them. I mean, if you're talking about them wanting an interior offensive line, really don't know who would have been a better pick for them as I look at my board. You got some center-only guys like Lindstrom and Donovan West. They didn't really need a center. You have Marquise Hayes, who's not a scheme fit for them. Darian Kinnard, who's not a scheme fit for them. Him falling in this draft, but he can't run their offense. Maybe a Zach Tom would have been a better pick for them, but that's about as good as you could ask for the Rams. And now the Niners, wrapping up tonight's draft with Danny Gray, speedster type. Interesting player. I don't think it's a bad pick. He was around the best players available for me. He was my 21st wide receiver, but one of the better guys available. Definitely one of the most explosive guys available. A lot of speed. They're going to scheme him up. He's probably not going to start day one, but if they lose Debo, they can get some more explosiveness into that offense and some verticality. No problems with that pick whatsoever. I think I'd keep that at a B. Not really. As I look at my board, I mean, maybe Bo Melton, but I don't think there's a huge difference between Bo Melton and Danny Gray. So, wow, we're done. We made it through some tech issues tonight. We do have one more super chat here from Andrew. We also had Kaler saying, can BB just make a legitimately fantastic pick like Zion McCollum, please? Maybe tomorrow. From Andrew, was hoping the Rams could grab Danny Gray, but I guess. Oh, you're talking about the Chiefs taking Leo Chanel, hoping the Rams could take him. I got you. Yeah, I think there's a lot of people that were really hoping to get Leo Chanel. But what a draft. Thank you, everybody, for watching. I'll see you guys in about 12 hours. We'll be back live here on the channel for the final 3 days of the draft. Anna says goodbye. She won't be here tomorrow. She's got to work. She's got to go save babies at the hospital, but...
Thanks all for putting up with my graphics, and hope you have a good rest
Hey,
of the draft.
I'll do the round of applause for you from the chat. They're all clapping, but they're in different parts of the world, so we can't hear them. But yeah, thanks everybody for watching. Thanks for sticking it out through the tech issues, man. I know it was frustrating. No one more frustrated about it than me, but was still an awesome stream, man. Absolutely incredible. Thank you guys for joining me, and get some sleep. We'll see you back in the morning. We'll keep it rolling. We'll have some more fun.